today's session. Yeah, so I think this is the sixth day, last day. As part of the AICTE approved FDP on strategic approaches and emerging trends in data science. We will be discussing on the topic Python for data science in research. So as an outline of this talk, so we will first get some introductory concept on Python for research, then the basics of Python, important Python packages for data science, and data manipulation with the pandas, visualization with the matplotlib and the seaborn, and statistical analysis and hypothesis testing, machine learning for research, and best practices and other resources, and few case studies. So my plan is actually we will discuss mainly focusing on the data science and the Python packages. So I will be demonstrating the concept with the examples. For that, I'll be using the Jupyter notebook with some sample data set, which is downloaded from Kaggle. So as and when we discuss each of the packages, we will have the corresponding demonstration as well. So that is the plan. So yeah, as of now, we will start. So what is data science? So everyone knows data science is an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, processes, algorithms, and systems to extract knowledge and insights from structured and unstructured data. So we may be having different type of data, whether it is structured or unstructured data. From these data, we will be getting some insights by applying some data science technique. So it will combine statistics, computer science, mathematics, and domain expertise to solve complex problems. So important is actually data science is having a lot of importance in research as well as industry, as it enables data-driven decision making, helps to uncover patterns, trends, and insights from large data sets, and widely used in the field of healthcare, finance, social sciences, and engineering. So what are the different components of data science? So as you can see, there are many steps or many activities involved in the data science process. First, we will be collecting the data. So data collection is very important. So gathering different type of data. Sometimes the data may be of raw data. So this raw data may be coming from different surveys or maybe some census. So for example, in the healthcare scenario, so we will be using different census. So from each of these census, we will be getting different type of data, or maybe it may be available from a database also. So once the data is available to you, it may not be in a actual format, or maybe may not be in a useful format. So you need to make it useful or appropriate to the corresponding meaning for the next step. So for that, we are using the data cleaning approaches. So data cleaning in the sense, maybe some data may be missing, or maybe incorrect, or maybe some outlier, or maybe inconsistencies in the data. So that process is known as data cleaning. And after data cleaning, you will be getting the data as per the required format. So we can go for the data analysis. So data analysis, actually it is used for exploring and analyzing data to uncover patterns. So we will be able to get a lot of information from the data once it is analyzed. And this analysis, after the analysis, we can just represent the data in a visual form. So for that, we'll be having the data visualization techniques. So presenting the data in a visual format, maybe in the form of a chart or maybe graphs. So once that is done, we have to model that. So maybe we can have the machine learning models or maybe some predictive models. So for that purpose, we will be using the modeling technique. So these are the general activities or maybe key components of data science. So why data science is important? So as I told you earlier, so we have the data. From the data, we will be getting a lot of information. So for getting information from the raw data, we cannot. So there may be a large set of data in which we can extract different type of information. So this data driven, this data or maybe information can be used for decision making. So it can be used for uncover patterns and different trends from large data sets. So some of the applications of data science in research, as I told you earlier. So it can be used for in the healthcare sector. So maybe predicting the disease outbreak. For example, we have already this COVID pandemic. So if we can collect the data based on the diseases, and we can analyze the data, and from that we can have a lot of predictions whether particular disease, what is the possibility, or maybe. So all those information we can process, and we can get some predictions based on the data. Also, it is useful in the social science, maybe studying the human behavior and sentimental analysis on social media. And in the engineering area also we can. So like that, there are many applications of data science. So wherever data is there, the need of data science is also there. And why Python is used for data science? There are other programming languages, right? But Python, because of its simplicity and readability, it's having plain syntax and easy to learn and easy to use. And it is having a lot of libraries, rich ecosystem, a lot of libraries like NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib, and Scikit-learn, TensorFlow, PyTorch. So these are some of the libraries available, which will be useful for processing the data and analyzing the data and getting some visualization, getting some predictive mechanisms. All those. So it's actually having a lot of libraries which directly supports the data science processes. And it is open source and the community support. As it is open source, it is free to use. And there are large community. If there is any forums are available. So that is another advantage of open access on the open source community support. As I told you, similar to the Python, we have R programming also. R programming also to a certain extent similar to Python. And we have MATLAB, or maybe you can use the other programming languages like Java. But mostly Python and R are considered to be most supportive for data science applications. So as I told you, these are the key components of data science. Suppose if you want to do a data science project, so we have to consider these components. So we will be collecting the data. So data collection can be used for that. So, and this will involve the data may be available, and we need to store the data. So the data deployment may be there, data visualization, data analysis, and we can collect the data through web scraping also. So for that, many tools we'll be using. So as you can see from this diagram, we may be using Python or R or Java, maybe in the programming language section. And most of the cases, you may be getting the problem of a classification or a regression, or maybe a reinforcement learning, deep learning, etc. So that comes in the machine learning aspect. We can make use of some IDEs. So as I told you, we will be using this Jupyter IDE. So you can install the Anaconda, Jupyter, or we can use PyCharm, or even you can use Google Colab also. So we'll be deploying this into a cloud service, whether it is AWS or Microsoft Azure, etc. So these are the key components of data science. So to complete a project, we have to make sure that we will be knowing at least some of these concepts. So as I told you, why Python is important for data science means, as Python supports with a lot of libraries. So there are many libraries available, starting with the NumPy. So if our data is of type numerical data. So numerical data, we have to do the numerical computing. For numerical computing, NumPy library will be supported. So it's having efficient array operations, element-based operations, and it supports mathematical functions like linear algebra, Fourier transforms, etc. So this can be used for handling large data set, performing complex mathematical computations. And another one is the pandas library package. So pandas is used for manipulating data analysis. Okay, data manipulation and analysis. So the data will be stored as series or maybe data frames. So series in the sense linear, or data frames means it may be just like a or rows and columns. And next one is the matplotlib, which is used for the visualization. So once the data is available, we will be doing some analysis on that, and we can represent the results as maybe by using this matplotlib, which will be having different methods for plotting graphs, whether it is line plot or maybe bar plot, scatter plot, or histogram, etc. And another one is the Seaborn. Seaborn is used for, again, data visualization, having some advanced features when comparing it to the matplotlib. We have one more data science package library in Python, that is scikit-learn. Scikit-learn is mainly used for machine learning things, which is supporting the supervised as well as unsupervised learning algorithms, like linear regression, decision trees, k-means clustering, etc. So it is used for building and evaluating machine learning models mainly. And we have SciPy also, that is used for scientific computing. Then for the statistical modeling, we have stats models. And for deep learning, we can use the TensorFlow as well as PyTorch. So in this case, actually, this will be supporting neural network and AI models. So TensorFlow is actually high-level API for building and training the models. But PyTorch is more flexible than TensorFlow. It is dynamic deep learning framework, mainly for using the image classification, natural language processing, etc. And we have this Keras also. So there is again a high-level deep learning API, which is built on the top of TensorFlow. So it simplifies building and training neural networks. It is more user-friendly and modular. So as I told you, I'll be using the Jupyter Notebook for the demonstration purpose. The Jupyter Notebook, when you install the Anaconda, the Jupyter Notebook is also available, and most of the packages, as we discussed, also will be there. First, we will see the NumPy, numerical computing with the Python. So, as I told you, numerical Python or NumPy is a fundamental package for numerical computing in Python. It provides support for arrays, matrices, and mathematical functions. So it is one of the basic package on which many other packages are built. They are the foundation for many other data science libraries like Pandas, SciPy, and scikit-learn, etc. So the main feature with respect to NumPy is it is efficient in array operations. In normal Python, we have the list and other data structures, but with that we cannot make the data efficiently. We cannot process. So it will be having. NumPy will be supporting more efficiently on the array operations, and having the linear algebra, Fourier transformation, and random number generation, like mathematical functions, are also available. It's having interoperability, like between different libraries we can work. So applications of NumPy interface. So NumPy arrays are optimized for performance and memory efficiency, making them ideal for handling large data sets. So I will just give some example. So as an example, we can store and process data set from scientific experiments like gene expression data from the bioinformatics, or analyzing climate data, especially regarding the temperature, precipitation over large geographical data. Let me show you one demonstration. Can you see this screen? Is it visible?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Okay, fine. Yeah, so NumPy demonstration. So we will be having a Python program. So first we need to load the library to the program. This NumPy will be imported. Import NumPy as NP. And you can just see here we have printed the version. So the version is printed. And then created two arrays. That is, we have used the np.array. np.array function is there. np.array, by using this, we have created two arrays, and it is getting printed. So then the next example, as I told you, in NumPy we'll be having a lot of mathematical functions. So for finding the mean, median, standard deviation, variance. So accordingly, there are functions. So here we have created an array. So this array will be having a 0, then np.pi, that is the pi value, pi by 2, and np.pi. So this array will be having 3 values. And we are finding the sine value for sine, cosine, and the mean, median, etc. So the sine function is there, np numpy array dot sine function, cos function, etc. So you can just see the results in the next line. And we can do the linear algebra with the NumPy also. That's another example. So in this example, we are importing this lin LG, and importing INV and DET. So we are creating a matrix and finding the inverse of the matrix and the determinant. So it's related to the matrix. Also, we can use this matplotlib. Anyway, we'll be discussing in detail later. So using this matplotlib, you can plot the values which is processed by NumPy. So here you can see we have climate data, for example. So climate data. So the climate data will be stored as an array. So for example, we have this years from 2015 to 2019, and the monthly temperature is stored as again an array, NP array. So we have year as well as monthly temperature. So from that, we will be calculating the statistical matrices, for example, the mean. So here you can see, so the average temperature by using this mean function, and the hottest year and the coldest year. So by using this argmax and argmin, so which will be giving the maximum value and the minimum value, and which is getting printed here. So you can process that. And average temperature per month across all years. So we have many years as in the previous example. So in all the years, the average monthly temperature. So the average monthly temperature is calculated here by using the mean function. And we can make this data visually presentable by using the program, this program. For that, we are using this matplot on Mint. Sorry. So we have used this matplotlib. So this PLT is actually an object of matplotlib, and this figure, bar chart, and for this the title. So all these actually the properties of this matplot. So here we will be getting a graph which represents the temperature for different years. So we can, even though we have the data, so we can make it visually, visible, so that we can get the insight on the data very quickly. There's another example where we are using this another type of plot. So monthly average temperature can be plotted like this also. So in this example, the monthly temperature from 2015 to 2019. So here, this is another example where the hottest month and the coldest month, you can just see. So different years, and each of the year, the data is being plotted. Sometimes the data may be available as a CSV file, XF file, or sometimes you can download the data from other repositories or maybe other databases. So usually, as of you, as every one of you, I think all of you may be knowing that we have different data set will be available freely. So I have used this Kaggle data set. So we can just install this Kaggle so that we can directly download the dataset to the Jupyter notebook. So here I have downloaded a climate change dataset, which is having the temperature and the humidity for so many years. So it is being downloaded. So you can just see. Hello. Okay, so what I did is I just downloaded this data set from Kaggle, so by using this, and the data is being extracted, and it is downloaded as a CSV file. So you can just see that this program actually give you the number of rows and number of columns in that. Okay, so this particular program is using the NumPy. So this is the data set. It is stored in, as a CSV file. So this data.shape, which will be giving the number of rows and number of columns. So how many rows and how many columns are there? This will be printing the first 4 rows. And sometimes whenever we are downloading the data, it may be having a lot of missing values. So we can identify the missing values, and we have to remove those missing values before processing further. So that process is known as data cleaning. So once we cleaned So this function is being used for cleaning, because to check whether the missing value is NIN. So remove the rows with the NIN. NIN means missing values. So once we download it, and we can make use of this data set for further processing. So in this example, you can just see that. So by using this data set, we have used the NumPy to find the mean, then the standard deviation, the maximum temperature, and the minimum temperature. So that is being given here. I think all of you know that once we have typed it here, we can just press Shift Enter for executing the code, which will be displayed in the next line in Jupyter Notebook. So the NumPy processed data can be plotted as airly by using the matplot library by this program. So what are the fields that you want? You can just take that, and you can make a graph out of that. So here, this is the average temperature over a time. So the visual representation of the data. So basically, the process is first, as I told you, we have to clean the data and performing some statistical computations and identifying some trends and patterns, and we can have the visualization of the results. So first task is loading the data set, loading and explore the data set. So here we will be loading the data set. Suppose that we have used this data equal to. So this is the data set that we have already downloaded. So that will be loading. And what are the column that we have interest that can be extracted by using this statement. So this will be displaying the first 5 days. All of you know the size operation, right? So the first 5 dates will be extracted. Here, the first 5 temperature will be extracted. So we'll be getting this first 5 days as well as first 5 temperature. And next, once the data is being loaded, we have to check whether the data is in a proper format, whether it is having any missing data, any wrong data. So all those details need to be corrected before processing to the next step in the data science activities. So that is being done here. So wherever an empty cell is there, that need to be removed. So you can see. So the first data, we will be cleaning it. And once the data is cleaned, we can do different operations, maybe the mean, standard deviation, maximum, minimum, etc. As I shown earlier, the same thing. Then we can do some kind of regression analysis. Maybe to check the temperature trends. So perform linear regression using NumPy to calculate the rate of temperature change over a time. You can specify that a time, and the rate of temperature change can be identified by using this linear regression method, which is there in the NumPy. So for that, we will be loading this, importing this library, and this will be making the data into a 2D array. But this x equal to years dot reshape, this will be changing it as a 2D array. Then we'll be using this linear regression using the last square method, sorry, least square method. So once that is done, we import this result. And after that, once that is being done, then we can visualize the trends by again using the matplot library. So like this. This is another way of displaying. Sometimes we may have to check the trends, maybe 10 years like that. Right? So that is also can be done like this. So the point is that once that is processed by NumPy, we can visually, I mean, we can use matplot library for making the data or the information visible in a presentable manner, so that the information can be presented effectively. So that is all about the NumPy. So I'm just discussing simple examples only. The main thing is that NumPy will be used for processing numerical data very effectively. And we can make use of other libraries for visualization or maybe other aspect or as well. So these are some of the applications of NumPy in real-world data set. So for the data handling, statistical analysis, trend analysis, then finding some patterns and visualizations. Any doubts so far? Hello? Okay, so I think I can continue. Then next package is Pandas package. So as I told you earlier, so Pandas will be used for data manipulation and analysis, which will be supporting with a data frames. So we provide data structures like series. Series in the sense it's one-dimensional. Data frame means it is two-dimensional handling of structured data. So it's having the key features: data loading, then data inspection, data cleaning, and data transformation. So it's having we can get data from CSV file, Excel file, SQL database, etc. And we can quickly inspect data using functions like cut, tail, info, describe. So these functions are already there with the Pandas. And we can easily handle missing values, remove duplicates, and filter data. Also, it's having different methods for data transformation, like sorting, grouping, and aggregating the data. So applications in process. So usually when we deal with a larger set of data, we need to clean and analyze the structured data. So it will be easy if we are using Pandas. And preparing data for the next step. Maybe you may be interested for some kind of machine learning technique, as I told you earlier. So for that, we can make the data ready with the Pandas. So we'll now see one example illustration with the real-world data set. The same data set, the climate data set, will be used for demonstrating the Pandas. So as I told you, in the case of NumPy, we have the data set. So first task is we have to load the data set. So task one is loading the data set. So the CSV file will be loaded, and that file will be loaded as a Pandas data frame. So once the data frame is defined and the data is loaded to the data frame, we can easily extract the data as rows and columns. And the further process will be done on the data frame. So this is the statement for that. So importing pandas. Then this is the input file, CSV file, and this head will be printing first few rows, and this information will be DF. DF is actually the data frame object. So when you execute this, you will be getting this information. So rows and columns. So this is the actual data. We haven't done any kind of pre-processing there. So the data as it is, once it is converted into a data frame, which is just displaying few of the rows. Now, after loading the data as early, we have to handle the missing data. So we need to check whether the data is having any missing value. So we need to drop those rows with missing values and fill them with the meaningful values. That is one of the process in the data pre-processing. So this is the function for doing that. So this will check whether any missing value is there or not. This function is null dot sum means how many missing values are there. And if that, we can just drop it. So drop rows with the missing values by using this drop NA function. Once the removal is done, you can again check whether any missing values are there by using this. So you can just see this. So once the cleaning process is done, you can just check the shape, that is how many rows and how many columns are there. So here you can see the data set contains 1,992 rows and 9 columns. So sometimes we can add, actually the data will be having date, month, etc. So as of now, in this example, we are considering the year column alone. So we'll be extracting the year column alone. The date time, we need to convert that into the date time format. So extract the year and add it as the new column. So from date time, we will be getting, we'll be extracting only the year, because further studies will be based on the year wise. So we have client and this year wise data. Once that is done, we can do some kind of analysis, maybe the annual average temperature, to calculating the average temperature for each year to identify some annual trends. So that is done with this. So ID max and ID min. So this will be giving the maximum and the minimum. So the hottest and the coldest year, for example, and we can just print those values. So here we can just see that the hottest year and the coldest year, and the average temperature is also given. Once that analysis is done, it is visualizing part. So visualizing, mostly we'll be using the matplotlib for plotting the annual temperature trends. You can just see this, the annual average temperature from 1750 to 2015. Sometimes we may be interested to analyze the decadal trends. So that also we can do every 10 years. So the decade 1850, 1860, from that 2010. So the decadal average land temperature, you can just plot it like this as a I'm not going in with the further examples. So the point is that we have different functionalities which is there with the pandas, and we can make use of for preparing, I mean, pre-processing and analyzing and for doing some kind of visualization, etc. So you can just see some of the examples which is done there. So all these visualization thing is done with the library, Matplotlib library. For data visualization, apart from this Matplotlib, we have another package called the Seaborn. So both Matplotlib as well as Seaborn can be used. So Seaborn actually will be giving you some advanced data visualization techniques. So, for example, it will be having the heat maps, pair plot, and the categorical plot, etc. So that is this is actually built on the top of Matplotlib, which is with a higher level of interface. So for simple purpose, we can make use of this Matplotlib, and for maybe some advanced data visualization, if it is required, you can use Seaborn also. So we'll see some of the examples there. Anyway, we will continue. Then I'll show you the demonstration next. So we have another package called SkyPy as well as stats model, basically used for statistical data analysis. SkyPy is used for scientific computing, and stats model is used for statistical modeling. So statistical model in the sense this can be used for hypothesis testing, regression analysis, and time series analysis. So more mainly used for performing advanced statistical analysis. And SkyPy is used for scientific computing. So this SkyPy is built on the top of NumPy. So it's used for solving scientific problems and engineering problems. And we have one more package called scikit-learn, which is used for machine learning mainly. So let me go to the examples. Yeah. So this one is using the Seaborn, as I told you. This is used for some advanced visualization. So here importing the Seaborn package, and we will be using the same data frame, pandas data frame, and we are displaying the information by using the Seaborn. So you can just get a scatter diagram here. Temperature versus the trend. So you can use Seaborn for creating a highlighted bar plot also. Maybe for example, for bar plot for years grouped by decadal average temperature. So you can use box plot also using the Seaborn. Like this. This is another way of representing the data. This this may not be available with respect to the matplot. So wherever you need to have some kind of advanced visualization technique, you can use Seaborn library. Then next is with respect to this SkyPy. So this is used for the statistical, for example, for testing the t-test, statistical t-test. So the task is to perform a t-test to check if the average temperature in 2 time periods, for example, before 1950 and after 2000, is significantly different. So that, I mean, that kind of statistical information can be analyzed. So here what we are going to do is we'll be splitting the data set into 2 groups based on this time period. Then we will perform a 2-sample t-test using the SkyPy stats t-test library. I mean, yeah. Then we'll be interpreting the result. So this is the code for that. We'll be importing the corresponding library, and we'll be splitting the data into 2 groups. It is before 1950 and post 2000. So we have 2 samples for the t-test. So we'll be dropping any missing values, then printing the result. This is the interpretation. If the p-value is less than 0.5, the difference is in average temperature between these 2 periods is statistically significant. Otherwise, it's not significant. So here, what we got is the t statistic value is minus 3.715, and the p-value is this. So the point is that the difference in average temperature between 1950 and post 2000 is statistically significant. So the meaning is that so there is a real difference, right? So the temperature after 2000 are higher than the temperature which was before 1950. So we are 99.98 confident that this is not just a random chance. So the same way we can use another package also, the stats model. So this is mainly used for the regression analysis of the stats model. So performing a linear regression to analyze the relationship between year and average temperature. So here we are making use of the ordinary least score OLS regression model. There are many approaches. So in this case, we are using the OLS regression model. That is one of the most commonly used technique in statistics to establish a linear relationship between a dependent variable and one or more independent variable. So dependent variable is called the response, and the independent variable is known as the predictors. Right? So ordinary least square OLS is a method for estimating the parameters, that is the coefficient of linear regression model, by minimizing the sum of the squared differences, that is the residual, between the observed value and the predicted value from the model. So here the steps are, we will be setting up the simple linear regression model, then fit the model using the OLS, stat models OLS, then analyzing the regression summary and interpret the coefficients. So this is the code for that. So we'll be loading this stats model, then preparing the data for the regression. So year and the land average temperature. So the predictor is the year, and the response variable is the temperature. Once that is done, we will be adding a constant term to x to fit the intercept in the model. That is what we are doing in the next step. Then we will be creating and fit ordinary least square OLS regression model by this statement. After that, we'll be displaying the comprehensive regression result including the coefficients R squared and P value. So from that we can assess we can have the inference. So this is the result that we are getting. You can just get many parameter values, the R squared value, then the adjacent R squared, then the F statistics, probability, etc. So this can be plotted also. We can use the Matplot library to plot this. So the OLS regression with respect to the temperature and the year, we can just plot the OLS regression by using the Matplot library. So here the thing is that the R squared actually it is higher than the previous result, indicating that the model explains a significant portion of the variance in temperature. And also the year coefficient is positive, showing that increase in temperature over a time. Next is the scikit-learn package. This is a linear regression class. So using that also we can do, that is again we will be doing the data, preparing the data as year and temperature. Then we will be using the linear regression, and again we can do the same similar process. So then the data pre-processing. So where we'll be filtering the data set to focus on year and the land average temperature, and clean it by removing missing values. So that is being done here. Then this third step is preparing the data for modeling. So as I told you earlier, so we'll be splitting this data into two groups, the features X and the target variable Y, and then split it further into training and testing. So here we will be using the 80-20 ratio. So importing the libraries, then preparing the feature. We are focusing on the year and the temperature, and splitting the data into training 80% and the testing 20% sets. We are just fixing the random state as 42, which will ensure reproducibility of the split. So whenever we are doing the same, it will be using the same set. Then we'll be doing the training. So once the training is done, so the training data set is 2012 and the test size is 54. So next is the training the model. So it will be checking, fitting a linear regression model to the training data. So that is done here, and we got the intercept as well as the slope value. Then once the training is done, we can do the predictions. So you can make use of this model to predict temperature for the test data. So that is done the fifth step. So these are the predicted versus actual values. As per this. the actual value as well as the predicted value. Once this is done, we need to evaluate the model. So evaluating the model using some common metrics like MAE, MSE, or R square, etc. So that is the next step. So the evaluation. So once the evaluation, you'll be getting the mean absolute error as well as mean squared error or R squared score, etc. Once that is done, the visualization of the result. So plotting the observed data as a scatter diagram. Then we can have a regression line also. So this is the linear regression for the global temperature over a time. So you can just see that this is the regression line. So apart from these packages like NumPy, Matplotlib, Pandas, SkyPy, etc. We can have other packages as well. So we can use deep learning with the TensorFlow as well as PyTorch. So this is one of the aspects we may be using in data science. So because we have to process data for machine learning process, maybe deep learning process. So Python is having different packages which supports machine learning process and with deep learning process, etc. So the TensorFlow as well as PyTorch actually supporting deep learning in Python. So as you know, deep learning is a subset of machine learning that uses neural networks with multiple layers to model complex patterns in data. It is widely used in research for tasks like image classification, natural language processing, etc. So the TensorFlow is actually a package provided by Google, which will be supporting high-level deep learning framework. So the key features are flexible, scalable, and flexible scaling and for building and training neural networks. It supports both the CPU and GPU. So normally the problem with the deep learning algorithms or deep learning process is that we may have to use a lot of computation power. So in general CPU, sometimes it won't work properly or it will take a lot of time for processing. So we may always use GPUs for the learning and deep learning process. So it is better. So, but this TensorFlow as well as PyTorch, it will be supporting both CPU as well. But it may take some delay or maybe some computation problem, and maybe they're depending on the data size. And PyTorch is actually provided by the Meta. So it is more flexible and a dynamic deep learning model. And the dynamic computation graphs for easier debugging and experimentation, and strong support for research and prototyping. So as I told you, both will be supporting deep learning. So there are many aspects when we can use TensorFlow or when we can use PyTorch. So this in the case of TensorFlow, it is higher level API, make it easier for beginners. And here for PyTorch is lower level but highly flexible for custom tasks. So the performance mostly better suited for production and deployment in the case of TensorFlow. But PyTorch great for prototyping and research. So depending on your requirement, we can either use TensorFlow or PyTorch. So let me give one demonstration with respect to TensorFlow also. So in this example, actually, I have used TensorFlow. I have not used the PyTorch. the same data set I have used. This particular data set is a very old data set, is having some limitations. So I couldn't get the result properly. Here actually I have loaded this data set, and I try to predict the temperature for a particular year. So once the training, all these process are over, I try to predict the temperature for a future date. So actually I couldn't get the expected result. So there are many reasons. So the data set, maybe due to the data set and some process problems. So anyway, I just show the demonstration for example purpose. So this is the program for that. So first task is loading the data, and we will be pre-processing and we split data into training as well as testing. So so the same data set is being used, the climate data set. That is actually very old data set, having some limitations also. Then we are loading that, then we will be cleaning the data set, that is pre-processing, and splitting it into prepare it for the features like the year as well as the temperature. Then normalize the data set. So for here we have used this min-max scaler for normalizing the data set for the better training. Then split the data set into training as well as testing. 80-20. Then once that is done, we have to build the neural network model. So for that, we will be using this TensorFlow, because the deep learning model in this example I have used TensorFlow. So I have installed this TensorFlow here by using this pip install. So this TensorFlow package will be installed. Once that is done, we can just ensure that the package is installed properly. So by just printing the version number, so this shows that the package is installed. Once the package is installed, we can import that, and we can define the model with the input layer. So this is the input layer model definition. So here we are using first hidden layer with the 32 neurons and RLU activation, and second hidden layer with the 16 neurons, and the output layer with the 1 neuron and 1 linear activation for regression. Then once that is done, we will do the training. So once the model is defined and compiled, you can train the model for training data. So that is done here. So this is the training. So the model is trained. So here 50, the FH value is 50. So this will be trained. So 50. Then during the training, you can just predict. I mean, you will be able to know the loss, the model loss during the training. So training loss, you can just plot it so that you can easily understand whether any loss during the training is there or not. So here, as I told you, in the code, the approach value is actually given 50. So the model will be trained for 50 iterations over the data set. So once the model is trained, we have to evaluate the model. So evaluating the trained model on the unseen data set, unseen test data, to measure the performance. So evaluating the model, next step. So when you do the evaluation, we got the MSC and the MAE value as 3.57 and the MAE value as 1.8327. Then we can do the predictions. So use the trained model to make predictions on the test data set. So the actual as well as the predicted value will be displayed after that process. Then we can visualize the regression line. So this is the regression line. So the temperature versus year, you can just see. So this is the regression line. So this is the scattered the plot. The scatter plot will be representing the actual temperature data points, and regression line will be the model's predictions, the trend line. So the temperature will be increasing. Now we can use this model to predict for a future temperature. Okay, so in this example, previously I couldn't get the result. Then again, I did some modification, but still the final result is not as I mean, not promising, so not as expected. So actually, see, the predicted temperature for 2055 is only 9.88, so which is not acceptable. So the problem is there are many issues. There may be many issues, right? Okay, so the issues mainly suppose if you are not getting the result as per the expectation, there may be many issues. Maybe the data scaling issues may be there, and the data set range may be limited, or maybe the model may not be fitting properly. It may be underfitting, and the characteristics of the data set. So we need to focus more on this aspect for getting better results. So I think I could illustrate the basic packages which is used for data science with the Python. Mainly we discuss with the packages like NumPy, Matplotlib, Pandas, etc., which is used for different aspects in the data science workflow. So next, some real-world applications of Python in research. So as I told you, it is useful in healthcare, social science, social network analysis, or different engineering areas. So for predicting for example, in the healthcare, we can use data science technique for predicting disease outbreaks. Then it can be used for medical imaging. You can have some deep learning for the image classification. For example, detecting the tumor in MRI scans, etc. And the social science, we can use some natural language processing to classify the tweets, for example, whether it is positive, negative, or neutral. So we can identify the behavior by using data science technique. Some of the emerging trends in data science. So we have many advanced things are happening. So maybe the AI-driven data science, and the big data and real-time analytics, edge computing, so the data science and the edge computing, etc. So many advanced trends are happening in the data science area. So to conclude, as we discussed many aspects, and we saw that data science is continuously evolving with advancements in artificial intelligence, big data, and real-time analytics. And a lot of emerging technologies are there. So the integration of cloud computing, edge computing, and explainable AI with respect to the data science. Then at the same time, there are some ethical considerations also. Then future opportunities, emerging areas such as sustainability, democratization of tools, reinforcement learning, etc., offers immense potential for research and applications. And anyway, we have to embrace new tools, stay informed about trends, and innovate solutions for complex global challenges. So, thank you. Have any questions? Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Dear participants, please ask some questions.
No questions.
Sir, this is Dr. Chitra. Sir, I would like to ask regarding the manipulation of images
Okay.
using Python libraries. So, as part of the research, we'll be taking the data.
Okay.
Like suppose I am actually doing a data in mangosteen data collection, like the growing stages of this mangosteen particular fruit. In different stages I'll be collecting. So I just want to take the phenological information along with the normal data from that particular image. So I happen to hear about the PhenoCam API that we can be used for processing this images.
Okay.
Can you say something in this regard, sir?
No, actually, I have not used that. So right now, I am not in a position to exactly answer to your question.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so maybe I will just look into that, and maybe you can just connect with me. I can help you. So this particular data set, I have not. I heard about that, but I have not used that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hope there is no further more questions. Before concluding this session, I invite Ms. Ansa J. Tattil, Assistant Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at FISAT, to deliver the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please. Ansa, Miss?
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. It is my privilege to extend a vote of thanks as we conclude today's session of 6-day faculty development program on strategic approaches. First and foremost, our sincere gratitude to our esteemed resource person, Dr. Shainu PG, Professor, School of Computer Science, Engineering and Information System, VIT. Thank you, sir. We are grateful for the time and effort you have invested in preparing and delivering such a remarkable presentation. Your insights are valuable, and this knowledge will be extremely helpful for our research scholars. On behalf of FISAT ANGAMALY, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed resource person, Dr. Shainu. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the participants who have actually and actively engaged in this session. Thank you all. Next session on generative AI will begin by 3:30 p.m. by Mr. Rajiv M.A., Enterprise Architect, TCS Kochi. Thank you all.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Just want to be sure. I've just not turned on the video. Probably it's some bandwidth. I'm taking it from the home,
Oh, okay, sir.
Yeah, and added to that, the problem is sometimes the current goes and I'm using Wi-Fi. So sometimes in case I go offline, I will come back because of mostly it happens when the power switches off and comes back, Though the generator takes a while to come up.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. No problem. Sir, do you want to check your presentation?
Yeah, I can do that. No issues. I'll share my screen itself. Let me see. I'll share the window entire screen itself. That way, when I switch, I don't have a problem.
Okay, okay, sir.
Otherwise, every time I'll have to. Let me know once you're able to see my screen. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me know when you want to start. Anyway, we have 4 more minutes.
We'll start now, sir. Are you ready, sir?
Yeah, I'm ready only.
Okay, okay, sir. Second session is handled by Mr. Rajiv M.A., Enterprise Architect, TCS question. Topic is Generative AI. I invite Ms. Soumya S. Raj, Assistant Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, FISAT, for the welcome speech. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to the next session of our 6-day faculty development program. As we continue our journey of learning and exploration, today's session brings us to one of the most transformative and rapidly evolving fields in technology, generative AI. From creating human-like text and images to revolutionizing industries with intelligent automation, generative AI is reshaping the way we interact with technology and innovate for the future. To guide us through this fascinating topic, we are honored to have Mr. Rajiv M.A., a distinguished digital consultant at Tata Consultancy Services. With an impressive 18 plus years of experience in the technology of industry, he has been instrumental in developing large-scale software systems for Fortune 100 companies, particularly in the financial services domain. His expertise in AI, cloud-native applications, and digital consulting makes him the ideal speaker of today's session. Currently, he plays a key role in TCS Artificial Intelligence program, focusing on AI architecture, deep learning, and natural language understanding. His extensive knowledge and keen interest in the convergence of emerging technologies makes him the perfect expert to guide us through today's session. We are privileged to have him with us to discuss the power, possibilities, and ethical implications of generative AI. I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Rajiv M.A. to this session. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Shall we start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure since this is an afternoon. I don't know whether to start with the presentation or with the code. Is there any order? Because I was thinking demo as the last, but we can always start with the demo and then get into the presentation also, if that makes it a little more, interactive. Do we want to start with the demo and then start?
Yes, sir. Demo first.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So what we'll do is see, I have not tried myself the demo, but let us try it together to see whether it works or not. See, where do we use generative AI? There are so many use cases to generative AI, but one of the important ones is in coding. So what I did is, I just went to Kaggle, just figured out some data set, and I saw something called agricultural crops image classification. So I have downloaded this into one of the servers which I have. So let me start. Anytime if you do not see my screen or something, let me know. So what I do is I change to the site. I just created a folder. I downloaded the data set actually already here. So you can see the images. So you see images folder, it has subfolders which has things like maize, mustard oil type of things. So it's a very simple data set with some of the data. If I want to generate, see, let us say I want to train a model to infer things and then use it. How do we go about doing it? So let me switch to ChatGPT. I'll come back to the other thing. If I want to give this as a specification in an English format, let us see. So we know. So I'm just going to give it in English. Let us see how it generates the code. And Gen AI for IT is one of the very common use cases where I have been using ChatGPT almost like 1.5 to 2, like whenever it came from, I think more than 1.5 years, were for code generation and purpose like that. So now we have a problem that we need to classify the images. So in order to classify the images, first we need to train the image. So let us try to give the specification to the system and then see whether it is able to understand it. So I have a folder. I have an image folder. I have a folder by name image. It has many subfolders, each of which has images of type. I don't know the type. Let me first check actually. Wheat. I don't know what. So they are JPEG. So let us say images of type JPG. Each folder has approximately 40 images. Each folder has around approximately 40 images. So now what do I want? I want to train an image classifier to classify the images. Use 70% of the images for training and 30% for inference. The subfolder names are the classes to which the respective image belongs. Train the model for 5 epochs and store the image, store the trained model locally. Write the inference script to load the saved model and use couple of images from internet for inference. Ensure that the class labels are stored along with the image so that it is helpful during the inference. Let us say I gave a textual description of what, see, assume I don't have too much programming background, but I know how to describe a problem and what I want to achieve that. So let us see what happens. So I gave the command. So it's just, this is called an instruct model actually. So I don't know whether you know, if in Gen AI, there's something called base model. Then you have something called instruct models. And now we have recently, if you have heard of DeepSeek, which costs so much of, it is called a reasoning model, you know. So there are three types of model. Base models are trained on extremely large corpus of data, and their main job is only to predict the next word. So that's why they are called autoregressive models, you know. So what they do is, you say, I am going, then as soon as you say I am going, it knows that 2 is probably the next closest probability word to that can come, you know. I'm going to, then it might choose a place or something like that, you know, or I'm going to some other place type of a thing. So they are called base models because they are autoregressive and they only are used to predict words. Then you fine tune those models using techniques like you know, reinforcement learning, using human feedback or other techniques to use them for instruction purpose. So this is what you are, this model, if you see here, ChatGPT, it has been fine tuned to interact with human beings through chat. So it could do coding, many other things, you know. So it has done something, I think, let me see where it has done. So I think it has already written the code. Let us see whether it works or not. So the only problem is now I don't have an environment. So we need to tell it that, let me see whether it has given me commands to generate the environment. No, I don't have a Python environment. Okay, so I need to create the environment. I need to create the environment. So provide the pip commands to create the, so let us see. So we need to first, we need an environment, you know. You have to be careful. See, there are a couple of buttons here. So today's models are, so they can, in case they do not know answer, they can go to web and search. They can even reason also. So we have to be a little bit careful because they are very compute intensive. At times they can go stuff. So see here, it is coming up. So let us see whether we can do, I'll turn off the search and reason for temporarily. We will come to the reasoning models, but nevertheless it is there. So it did, okay, it did say that. So let us see. Okay, see, it created a TensorFlow code. Okay, so please, because I don't want to use TensorFlow, I want to use PyTorch. So please provide the training and inference in PyTorch. I don't only have CPU in this machine, using CPU. Provide the steps to create the virtual environment in virtual environment for CPU. So if you have an accelerator, you can use it. So I'm just because I'm more comfortable. I use TensorFlow, but not. I would say I'm more comfortable with PyTorch. I use more PyTorch per se. So it's just rewriting this stuff. So yeah. So okay. See, it did. I know that. See, it did Torch Vision here. The only problem is if you install Torch here, do we need because now it will install for GPU also, even though I only have CPU. I need PyTorch for CPU and not GPU. Is okay. Let me. You don't need to say please recorrect and all. It will automatically. Let us see what it will do. We'll see. See, these are not perfect, but these are more like they can help you in many situations. You know, where just a little slow actually, because I think the internet is a little slow. You can see that is because I'm doing it from home. You know. Okay. See, this time you see that it caused the environment to exactly use PyTorch in CPU. The other one also will work actually, but it will install all the GPU libraries and stuff. This should output false for CUDA availability. Yeah, because I know my system do not have a GPU, but if you do not give it, the other commands also will work. But here, and see here, it is telling for Linux you need to do this, for Windows you need to do this. So let us first create the environment. I think it did. So I will copy the virtual environment command from there. I think it missed that stuff. So okay. Let us create it. Let us go through step by step so that we know. Okay, so now I'm just going to create a virtual environment. I'm going to follow its steps. So okay, so now I created. Now, once you create it, you need to source activate it, you know. You need to source activate it, the environment. So we are source activating the environment. Now we need to, this is just pip install upgrade by itself, not anything major. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the bottom and pick the other library installation only for CPU, because I want to avoid using other libraries. So install Torch Vision. Okay. So CPU. So we are installing. We are doing live. So there is nothing here in our environment. So now we are. It's installed. It just takes like few minutes to download and install it. Yeah, it's going through. Okay. Now we need to copy our training script and inference script, and then we'll see. Okay. Okay, see, it did forget some libraries in my next command, so I will add them also. See, I think, okay. Okay, so we'll install, pip install, we'll install. If not, when you run the code, it will anyway error out. Okay, so it has got all those installed, so that's okay. So this is the training script, it says. So let us say copy. I'm going to create a training script here. So where is the FSAT folder here? I can do command line also. I'm actually familiar with more command line than the UI, but nevertheless. Okay, new file, training.py. Okay. Let us see. I don't know whether it will work or not, but let us give it a try. If there is an error we'll get it, you know. Okay, so it got the device correct. So it got a simple convolutional neural network. See, I could change that to say that use ResNet 50 or something, you know. So, but rather it went for a simple CNN here. So you can see that it has created a few layers, convolution layer followed by max pool convolution, linear layers, and number of classes. So this is the number of classes because this corresponds to our how many folders we have, you know. And we said the training data to be 70%, so 70-30. So that's how it is split, you know. Let us see whether it works or not. I don't know whether it works or not, but okay. So now we are going to train. So epoch is 5. Okay. Batch size is 16. So it has given some hyperparameters. If you want to change it, you can change it always. So let us see Python. training.py. Will it give an error or okay? No such directory / images. So, oh, sorry, it was images. So I think I gave the specification wrong. Okay, so that is a small mistake. Probably when I gave it, it just shows. So, I think it's running. Yeah, it started training. See, epoch 1, 2. It has only less images, so it will run even fast on CPUs also. See. Yep, the loss has come down. So it has got up to 0.83. I can train it for 50 epochs also, but it doesn't matter. Our aim is not to get it working. Yes, it has created a model.pth file. You can see that. So which is of size close to 50 megabytes, you know. So it has created a model. It has created a labels.txt. So what does the class labels dot? It is somehow storing it in here. So it is basically, see, all the folder names, it is storing it locally per se. Okay, that's okay. Now, okay, so now we got the model trained. We have a model file here. You know what, let me take, probably, I don't know how accurate it will be, or we will try actually, I think. So now it has got the inference script. So let us see what this guy is doing. Copy this stuff. We'll create another file called inference.py file. Inference.py. Okay, so he got that. He got that. So what is this guy? See, he's loading the model.h and he's telling open the class.labels.txt. That's what the stuff is there. See, there are a couple of ways. You don't need a separate text file. It can be embedded within the model file also, actually. Instead of using our own model, we can give, okay. Okay, so it has got the code, I think, done. Inference, so it has a transformer, okay, data set, symbol data, cross entropy, atom, device, epoch in range. Oh, I think this is again training the model. Why is this doing so? Let me see. So what is the inference script doing? Okay. Sorry, I think I copied the wrong thing. This should have been what I should have copied, because that's why I was thinking why it is doing the training again. Yeah, let us see this one. So let me delete this off. Okay, I got, so here I don't have an example image. Let me see, sometime back I did it for something else. So this is some, it has given see example.com. If you run it also, you will get error, but now we know why the error happens actually. But let me see if I have some examples too. I might have done similar things with others also. Okay, so let me copy these two fellows. These are real images. I'll probably show you. I think it works. Okay, let us see if this works. Okay. We'll open one of them to see what it is. Because, see, any classifier is very simple. You train for a classifier. If you show something outside of it, it will still classify onto that stuff, you know. So let us see. What is this stuff? Image. Okay, it is sunflower. So let us see. So now we have got the inference script done. So let us see if the inference script runs or not. Python inference.py. Okay. Simple CNN is not defined. I think it has made some coding mistake. Let us see what is the problem. It is simple CNN. Okay. I know the problem, because the reason is it did not see. This is where we could have used a RustNet or something as the stuff. So let us get that done. I think the problem is he did not copy this guy, because you need to have the structure, because this is where the definition is defined for the model. Okay. We can change this to RustNet in like 2 minutes, if needed. You just ask, instead of using your own stuff, use RustNet, it will use RustNet. So any model, and moving from PyTorch to TensorFlow, okay, NN.module. So that is because we did not import a neural network. I think NN.module. It does make mistakes, but typically CTorch NN as NN. We did not import it. Okay. Okay, now what happens? See, this is a problem with the live demos. Okay, mismatch F2 weight. So there is an issue where okay, loading the state dictionary for simple CNN. I think the problem is it is not basically mapping. Okay, so what I will do is, the problem is it has created, I think it is not able to load the state dictionary for. Okay, what we'll do is we'll go here, change, the code to say we'll retrain, and this is where, when you do live, you will know the problems, So instead of using custom neural network, use RustNet 50, modify both the training and inference script accordingly. Okay, this is a good aspect of live testing, It's little slow from my home, actually. I think because of the internet, I think. Okay, I think did it do? I think it has finished. Oops, where did it go? I think this window is somehow blocking me. Give me a minute. I can't see that window is blocking me, actually. Okay. Is there a way this can be? Is there a way to reduce this guy? Back to tab. Okay, let us see. I think it is blocking me. Oh, now it blocks this side. Okay, so here it has got a training done and saved the. Is it saving the model? Okay, save to the model saved path. Okay. Okay. So let us copy this. Let us change our training script. What we'll do is we'll not change the previous guy. We'll do change to. We'll create a new file. It's called new file called RustNet. File. You can fix the other one also. It just takes time, actually. So it's not perfect, but at least it gets things done. So now let us do, because this is the problem with live coding. Actually, you can't correct it very fast. So it is. So we know this time also we use the specification of images so that it got correct. So we got it. So instead of that custom model, it is basically using models.rustnet.model. So let us try to train Python RustNet training. Let us see what happens here. This RustNet will take little more time because the reason is RustNet is the first one. If you see, it was a simple neural network. It has only, I think, 2 convolution layer, 1 max pool layer, and a couple of this one. This will take little more time, but still not bad actually. Now let us, by the time it does it, let us go back and tell the guy that write an inference script. Write an inference script to load the saved PyTorch model and infer couple of images from the internet. Okay, let us see what this guy does. Let us look at the other side, what happened now. Yep, he has done. So he has saved it as RustNet 50 underscore model underscore PTH. I think it is storing it as a PTH file. So see, you can see that the size is also a little big actually. So you can see it 91 megabytes compared to our previous one, which is 50 megabytes, because RustNet has more layers actually, So the number of weights are more, and hence it will have the, okay. So did this guy do the, okay, tensor, RSA 50, okay, false. So he got the code. Let us do, okay, that's okay. I think we don't need that. Let us see. Okay, now come here. We'll create a new file for that also. That RustNet underscore. Oops, why is this underscore doesn't work? Runs. .py. These are the problems with live demos, Okay. Oh, shucks. Okay. Yeah, it came now. I think I overwrote the previous file. Okay. So now let us copy the images from the other side here. Image URL. Let's see whether this guy gets it. Okay. Okay, let us see now what happens. Will it work or Python RustNet inference.py? Okay, copying the param slide 30, size mismatch bias, torch size. So there is some problem. See, this is the issue with the stuff actually. Will RustNet 50. So it is somehow getting, I think the problem is it is not loading the class file properly. It did use some number of classes. See, it got wrong. So it see, there is a disconnect between, see, it is number of classes is around 20, I think. How do we know that? Let us do that. Cat classes text file word count minus a line. That's 30. Sorry, it is not 20. So there are 30 folders. Let us get this thing to see. Okay, 30. So let us see now what happens. Okay, sugarcane. So it got it wrong. So it trained it as sugarcane. So the problem is it got the class wrong. We can train it for higher to see whether it works or not. So, but nevertheless, the idea is very simple. So So obviously, let us look at the classes.text. How many are there? 0 is cherry, coffee plant, and D9 wheat. So that is correct. So now there should have been 2 here actually. Why did it only do one of them? There were 2 images. So is it printing 2 here? 24 sugarcane it got. So was one of our image sugarcane? I think it is printing one of them. So let us look at this second image, what it was. Oh, this window is causing some trouble. I don't know why this thing is popping out here. You know what? Oh, I think that's the only thing I can reduce. So let me see. Let me see if I can copy it. I don't know what was the second one. So it was actually the first one we looked at was actually sunflower. So we'll see. Only we can comment it out and then see. So it might work that way also. So what was the second one then? I don't know what was the second one. It was a sugarcane. So that is correct. So that it got correct. So it downloaded the internet image. So I think it is doing printing of one, or is it being printed here? Let me see if this window is irritating. Why is this not going away? Yeah, the first it got wrong. It got lemon actually. See, probably it found that yellow color and the. So this is where you can train the model. So one thing we can do is quickly we'll do that. One time we will first net training. Let us make the epoch to be little higher. Instead of 5, let us make it 20. 20. Yeah, let us make it batch size is okay. So Python firstnet training not 5. It will take little more time because now there are 20 of them. See, what you saw here is the real power of generative AI. See, we gave basically a description. That's all we gave, and that was getting converted into code. And now, see, from its own neural network to ResNet, switching was very simple. Actually, if I want this to run on TensorFlow, very easily we can change this stuff to TensorFlow or even other frameworks per se. So with simply like hardly it will take like 10-15 minutes actually. We could do the entire stuff. Now it doesn't matter whether I have 30 folder images or something. Similarly, I can do same for what we saw is for image classification. I could do for object detection. I could do for tracking. So I give the specification and it writes the code and do that. And what you are seeing is the power of generative AI. You are converting the natural language, understanding what you need to generate the code, and then generating the code with its capability per se. So these are what is called instruct models. So if I want to do the same thing in reasoning model, it will be time consuming. Let me show you. Let it anyway run here. Let me see where we are. See, it is only 8. So let us do the other side and come back. So let us do now this is an instruct model. So as I said, base model, which basically do pure prediction of next words, to instruct model, which is basically can understand task and work on it. So we gave a task. We asked it to write the training script, inference script, create the environment to work on it. So it gave you scripts for all of them. Made some mistakes, but I think it works actually. See, I am using an open version of it. The paid versions are much more capable and stuff. So even open versions, I've seen it to do pretty well actually. So I've not seen it very bad per se. And then it has done most of this stuff. Actually, today, if you go for agentic systems, it can test itself its own script and recorrect it also. So we have reached that stage. here it just generated it. It has not tested the code. But today with reasoning models and agentic systems coming up, it can generate the code itself, test it out. If it finds an error, it will recorrect itself. Is it perfect? No, it can't do everything, but it can do a lot of things actually, which so this is what the programming is getting changed a lot. So let us take our first, what was the first? Okay, the description we gave. I will, oh, this window is causing trouble. Okay, let me first put this into, okay, into a notepad or something, because that way, okay, we'll come back to, I need the code in PyTorch. I just want to make sure. Okay, so I have Olama running in my stuff. So if you do not know, Olama is basically a environment which you can run here. So if you install it locally, see this, there is a small guy coming up here. So that is what I'm in the command line I'm doing. So I have already downloaded the DeepSeek R1 model, which is a reasoning model. And I have done the 8B also. We'll try the 8B. 8B is little more costly, but it will be more accurate also. So let us see. Okay, so it is starting up. It is just loading the model. So it has loaded the model. Now let me copy this guy. Whatever I gave in the ChatGPT to an instruct model. Now let me give this to a reasoning model. So you can see the difference between them. So now I gave Torch. Okay. So, oh, you know what I wanted to add? Please use ResNet 50. You don't need to add please and all, but use ResNet 50 as the network. I'll just add that also so that it, okay, now he's working on it. He will be slow, but let us go back to the other side. We'll come back here. It is working. It is just, okay, it's done here. So it has done. So it has got the accuracy a little more high. Earlier it was some 30 odd percentage. Now it has become 49. It's also not good in accuracy, but if you train with more data and stuff, it will come down. So now let us run our inference script to see whether he got the sugarcane correct. Let us see how he got this time jute. See, the problem is jute is also stuff. What did he get the other thing? He got sunflower correct. See, you can see the sunflower here. So the first image is sunflower only, but the second one he got it wrong, because jute is also it has fibers and stuff. So I don't think it should have got the sugarcane correct, because probably this is where the training matters a lot actually. So we have very limited images, but nevertheless, let us see. Let us try to do a little more 30 and bring down the. We have still losses, so let us see. It still can learn, so it will run in the background. We'll switch between both so that we get some time. Okay, let him go through that. Only thing is, okay. See, look at the reasoning model. He did not write the code directly. He is analyzing your description and he's using internally what is called chain of thought. So he's trying to split your problem into different steps, then try to reason what needs to be done. So he's telling, see, okay, I need to help the user by providing a PyTorch solution for the image classification task. Let us break down what they are asking for. See, in the instruct model, it did not do any of this stuff. It simply, you gave the instruction, it started creating the code. But here, no, it is very similar to human, because when we get a task like this, the step we tend to do is actually subtask. We divide the problem, because we divide and then conquer. That's how we work actually. See, I'm using an 8 billion model, and this is the other one is running on a server, but this is running on my local. That's why it is a little slow. And I have a normal laptop. I have a 11th gen laptop. So if you have some latest laptops with graphics card and all, it will be much faster. But I don't have that, so that's why you will see it's taking little more. See, he's getting things. So he's telling about, see, 70-30 ratio of test that we have asked to do. He's talking about ResNet 50, whose input is actually 224 by 224, and he's talking about the stochastic gradient descent, you know, and talking about the logistic loss also, you know. This is what is called binary cross entropy. So that's what is BCE. So he is doing the analysis. So he's not jumping into the coding. If you use a more powerful system, we would have already got the answer. But as I said, I'm using my local stuff. So let us see. He will create the code. It will take some time. But and this is a small model. This is only an 8 billion model which I'm running locally. See the original. If you want the original R1 model, it is around 670 gigabytes. So I can't even load in my laptop here. Actually, I need a powerful system to do something like that. So he's still going on analyzing. If I used a 1.5 billion model, actually we can try after this. It will run much faster because of the fact that you know what? Let us change the prompt to okay. I need to code in PyTorch. We'll use the FastNet 50 model for training and inference. Okay. We'll come back. He's still not done with the analysis. He's going on analyzing it. So now let us get back to, so I wanted to show you an example of how you use both the models. In this case, I'm running it local, but other case, I use the ChatGPT, which is running in the cloud. So whenever you upload anything sensitive to cloud, be careful. I would not do that. But you can run, there are some very good open source models also, which you can run locally. So now let us jump in. They will come back. We'll come back to the thing. We'll get into the presentation mode. Why is this guy coming up always here? Okay. Okay. I think it is default stuff or something. Okay. Now I think. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay. We'll come back to that stuff. So now, I just wanted to, I don't know the type of audience actually. So see, sometimes terminologies are very confusing, and at times you need to understand what is really we are doing, you know. We are talking about machine learning, we are talking about deep learning, we are talking about generative AI, we are talking about language models. How are they all related? See, is generative AI only available with language? Answer is no. Today, there are multi-models where you could say, generate the image of a cat, you know, playing with a dog, things like that, you know. You could generate audio. There are so many sites where you can generate audio also. You can give a description and then it will generate the audio for you, you know. So terminology wise, you know, at the highest level, we are talking about AI. At present, we are in what is called narrow intelligence. So there are 3 stages here. Narrow intelligence, which is ANI, artificial narrow intelligence. Artificial general intelligence is the next stage where it will be more like human capability. And then artificial super intelligence is the final stage where it can, it has knowledge across the domains and across so many. So it is more like putting 50,000, the best brains in the world, and the single model has that capacity. You know, I think we are far away from that, but at least in the narrow intelligence space, we are doing pretty good actually now. Then a subfield of AI is called machine learning. And again, a subfield within the machine learning is the deep learning actually, which is purely using neural networks per se. So there are some statistical machine learning algorithms. So if you have ever used scikit-learn type of packages, you have, you know, support vector machines, you have, you know, many others, random forest, XGBoost, extreme gradient boosting, and type of algorithms. So we are specifically in the deep learning, and then generative AI. We'll talk. If it is generative AI, what is different other AI? You know, we'll talk about discriminative AI. See, we did a task of image classification, isn't it? That falls in the discriminative task actually. Then large language models. So when you create generative models for text, They are falls under the large language models. And then generative pre-trained transformer. So architecture wise, we are using a transformer based architecture. So ChatGPT uses GPT-4 and stuff, but there are other architectures also, but GPT-4 is a more, and that's where you see ChatGPT. So I showed you how I generated the code using the GPT. So this terminology needs to be very clear. There are so many other things we will touch upon now going. Let us see where our stuffs are lying. See, he started generating the code. I told you, after all the analysis, now he started generating the code. We can try whether the code will work or not. I don't know, but because the difference is when we did ChatGPT, it is a much larger model, so it probably is much more accurate than this model. But I wanted to show you the reasoning model. If you have a paid version of OpenAI, you can do the reasoning also. There are reasoning models also there actually. But I don't have the paid version per se actually. Yeah. Okay. So here he got it thing. Okay. So here is what. So before generative AI, what it is you have two different things, which is called discrimination and generation. So what is discrimination? Look at this side. Is this a cat or a dog? That is a discrimination. So you are given something. Probability of y given x. What is given to me? An image. What is probability? I'm asking, is this cat or dog? So probability of this being cat is very high compared to dog because it's a cat. Then you can go a little more stuff. And then what is the color of the cat? So here I could have asked color of the animal also. It doesn't matter actually. But nevertheless, here we are asking what is the color. So basically it should know that it is probably looks white, more close to white than anything else. So it will probably say white. And then these are some things which are under the discriminative spectrum, Then you have the generative spectrum, where you see here you are only giving the command. Here you are saying generate, generate 2 kittens basking in the sun with snow cover. See how it generated the image. So this is the difference between discriminative task versus generative task. You could ask the question, see, we did an image classification using ResNet. Could I have used a model like GPT-4 to classify that images into? You can actually. So there are some visual language models where you can use it to classify the image. But you have to understand one fact, that the computational cost of discriminative models are much lower compared to the computational cost of generative models. So you can always use it's more like, see, if I want to go buy a packet of milk, I can walk to the store, get a packet of milk, very efficient. It takes more time. I can go in a cycle, I can go in a bike, I can go in a car. In all the 4 ways, I'm getting my job done. Each has its own cost. So you have to be very careful, because one of the problem I see with many people is that they tend to use the largest model to do some task, when they could do the same thing with simplest models, And in the industry, this is very important, because ultimately we pay for everything that we do, So is there. I'm not going to go into this. Here, in a generative model, you are learning different. So you are learning a joint probability, which could be used for discrimination also. So you have to first learn the probability of y, which is the class level, and then the probability of the observation given the class, So here we are giving probability of x given y. So we are telling generate a cat. What is x? It is the image of the cat. Whereas here it is the reverse. It is probability of y, probability of x given the y and y given the x. So the both ways, if you look at it, is the same thing, but here you have to learn much more to do that. That is why it is computationally very intensive actually, per se. So here is, we did touch upon transformer. So is transformer the only architecture for that? Actually, before transformer came, actually we had generative adversarial networks, variation. So using GAN and all, we used to generate images and stuff. But today we are mostly using transformer based stuff. But there were times we have used GANs and other stuff, but today I would say transformer has taken over from most of the architectures, you know, so per se. And here is a landscape, making your own model. So that involves things like fine tuning and other things. See, we did an inference and we used a model. ResNet 50 is a model which we used, but you could define an architecture itself yourself and then fine tune that, you know. The first case we did where it created a simple neural network was that case. And then terminologies, which we covered. And there is another terminology called prompt engineering. So whatever I typed there, actually that is how do, if the same task was given to 20 people, you can try this yourself. In your college, same that images folder from the Kaggle, if you were to take, each of you formulate in English what you are doing, you know, how you want the system to do, and give that. It might generate the code differently based on what you are doing, you know. So prompt engineering is a very important field actually. And then using the model APIs. So these are by like third-party hosted. So I am using the ChatGPT from the OpenAI side, you know. So whatever screen you saw was from them. And then GenAI applications. We'll get into this, each of these. So you need to know the landscape, you know. What is it could be used for content creation. So code creation is very similar. It's here code generation, but it's also generating the code. But here it could be generating the image and stuff, you know. Summarization task. You have a large PDF, 20-page PDF. You want to just summarize it into probably, let us say, 1,000 words, you know. Classification, you know, you could use a generative model for classification, but it could be a costly affair, as I said. Then chatbots, you know, which is interacting with the stuff. So today so you call BSNL, you know, how long it sometimes takes to get to the BSNL. But if they have built a very good powerful chatbot, we could just interact with the chatbot and get everything done what we want, you know. It is much more easier than working with human, and many companies are doing it already. Planning and scheduling. I'm not going to go through each of them, but you can look at you know, synthesizing, search, extraction and reformatting, you know, especially OCR based stuff. You have scanned images of thousands of documents, and out of which you want to extract certain information from each of them, you know. You can do that type of a thing. And this is the overall spectrum. We'll not touch. So here, if you see video, sound or audio, text. So when we did the ChatGPT, we more or less dealt at this level. Text, conversational is where more like chatbots and stuff can come. Then flows and design. So even for design, it can do like page layouts. You know, you could give some specification that I want 2 buttons, that this, and then ask it to design the layout. It will design for it. So it could be used for different dimension, or it could be multi-modal also, you know. I could give a text and get an image out of it, you know, or I could give a text, get a video out of it, you know. I can give a textual description of what I need in the video, and then it will generate the video, or I can give a text and get the image out of it. So today it is becoming more powerful in the multi-modal space itself. Okay, now we will stop here, come back. We'll come back to this slide. Let me see what happened to our, oops. This is not the window. Okay, it has done. See, this time it has got little more accuracy. So see, I have less number of data actually. So that is the problem with it has, I think, only got from another 3%. I think it was 49 last time. This time it got 52. So now increasing this will not solve the problem, because the problem is we have less data also actually. So that's another issue. Let us see whether in the inference, whether any change is there or not, you know. No, Jute, it got this time also wrong. See, but it still got the sunflower correct. The first image is sunflower, and yeah, I think we'll have to improve upon the image. I don't think this is going to solve. We can try some adjusting the learning rate so that it is little bit slow, and let us reduce the image size to 8, like batch size. Anyway, we have some time. It will run in the background, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, let that guy run. Okay, what happened to our other window? Okay, he seems to have written the code. I don't know whether it will work or not, but nevertheless, you see, he has written the code. Oops, he has written more or less the same way the other guy has written. ImageNet. Yep, see, he has used the ResNet 50. Yeah, binary cross entropy is the loss he has used, actually SGD. Yeah, but important difference is he did not jump into that. See, he started formulating the problem and started giving. So I think that is a solid plan. Now let us outline the steps in code. Define the dataset class that reads images from the image folder. Split into training and validation data sets using data folder. The other guy did not give any of those things, but he was doing that, but he was not reasoning per se. So sometimes reasoning models are more powerful. I'll show you some more examples to do that. But they don't understand everything, but we have to be a little bit careful per se. Okay, he got it. So if I were to, you know what, let me see, let me say bye to this guy and load the smaller model. You can see the speed by which the smaller model will run. See, instead of this, instead of 8 billion parameter model, I'm running 1.5 billion. So it will be faster, but it will be less accurate. But you can see the difference once we paste the, so now let me paste from the notepad. Okay, it's the same stuff. So I'm going to paste that same thing what was given to the other guy. Let us see. You can see his speed. He will be very fast, much more faster than that. But I don't know whether it will get the code correct. Once he starts, you know, both of them, the other one was a little bit dragging on. See here, it started. Because my system is not that powerful. It is a 11th gen system. But today, there are laptops of 14th gen and all. It will run like crazy here, you know. But nevertheless, it will generate the code. So let it go through that. I'm not going to verify the code because my aim is not that actually. But nevertheless, so okay. So now let us look at another way of looking at. So this is an evolving landscape of large language models. See here, we did not talk about language alone. Language, video, sound. Video includes image also, because image with time dimension. Image by itself is in the space dimension. So image along with time dimension will come the video. Then you have the sound. It's a different spectrum by itself. Then design is basically the look and feel of things, you know, layouts. So if you are developing a dashboard for analytics, you know, you want the dashboard to be in certain form and things like that. And then the flows, you know, basically how you organize things and things like that. And then pure conversational stuff per se to interact with generic stuff. So here, this is the landscape for language models. So that is the text spectrum of that. So large language model, what I can do, text generation, embeddings, classification, knowledge answering, speech recognition, language, dialogue, stuff. Then you have a spectrum of zone 3 specific applications. So in the left, it is mentioned what is zone 1. It is a language model, general use cases, specific applications, model suppliers, who supplies the model, you know. Some of these, see, we use ChatGPT, it comes from OpenAI. I'm using DeepSeek R1, that is not there in this diagram because that's a different company. So not all the things are here. It is only a representation, you know. And then foundation tools. What are the tools you need in order to build a RAG and all? You need vector stores and stuff. So who comes? And then you end user interfaces and stuff actually, you know. The flow builders which we were talking and things like that, you know. So this is same thing for visualization. See how generative AI is used to create a very good looking chart. So based on the query that you have, you could have a query like, you know, see, if I am working in an analytics database and data warehouse, I write an English query which says, you know, please summarize the you know, sales for so and so product for so and so duration for so and so geography, you know. So now it can go, it converts your natural language into structured query language, executes it on the backend, brings the data. Then it needs this component. Basically, how do I I got now a bunch of data. What is the best visualization for that data? That itself is a very complicated stuff. That visual mapping, applying the styles, everything, and then it comes up with the whether bar chart, line chart, plots, things. There are thousands of views possible. So what is the best view possible for the data that I have? And this is training data is very important in all this, and these are trained with very large amount of data. So this is actually a specific training data called Vision Flan, which is used for visual answering and stuff. So you can see VQA, visual question answering. So I showed a cat and asked, what is the color of this cat? See, that is a visual question answering. You are visually asking the question, per se, and there are many things possible. So data is very important. So the data sets are also constantly increasing. Today there are thousands of data sets, and they are some of them runs into millions. So the computational cost is very high. That's why countries like India doesn't even have the infrastructure to run some of these things. Currently the government is setting up a 18,000 node cluster for GPUs, but if you see companies like Meta, they have something like 100,000 GPUs, which are used to train some of these large scale models. So training data is very, very important actually. The more you train, they become better. So that is where a terminology is called scaling law comes into picture, because it scales as the data and compute is added more, So that's what is called a scaling law. So I just wanted to show you that, don't get confused that generative AI predominantly a lot of people see with only language. No, it could be used for multimodality. It could be used for audio, video, many other things. They are slowly getting improved upon. This is another way of describing the entire hierarchy. I don't want to go into that, but see, everything you run on semiconductor, finally it has to run on some system, either CPU, GPU, NPU, neural processing units, or it could be ASIC, application-specific integrated circuits, like Google's tensor processing unit, or Intel's Gaudi, or it could be FPGA, field programmable gate arrays type of a thing, So there is a hierarchy to how the whole thing is done actually. I don't want to get into that, but I just wanted to share you so that you understand it. Now, depending on the task, what developer tools you use matters. So here I'm doing a zero-shot or few-shot learning inference approach. As a developer, I need a web. I need to create a mobile app. I need a interface to interact with the foundation model, because foundation model becomes my core of that. And then I have a machine learning platform and an accelerated compute. So if you have a GPU or an ASIC, application-specific integrated circuits, you have an accelerated compute, per se. But if the same problem is now for information retrieval instead of classification, I have a different set of things. See, one of the common patterns in the retrieval approach is basically what is called RAG, retrieval augmented generation. So in that case, you need embeddings. You need to create embeddings. You need to create vector databases and stuff. So the tools little bit changes. Then if I want to do this for fine-tuning or pre-training approach, I have my own data. I want to retrain, fine-tune them or fine-tune them or pre-train the approach. I have a set of things. So there are quite a few tools, and they differ based on what I do. See, when I am training, the training data becomes very critical. Very, very important. See, one of the reasons why our sugarcane is not properly captured itself is because we have less data actually there actually. So and then what are we saw some powerful tools, but are they without limitations? No, they have a lot of limitations actually. One is, as I said, all generative models, they are typically highly compute intensive, extremely compute intensive. So we have to be very careful, because we are dealing with running some of those models for one or two times. Probably all the interactions which I did now, I might have used the computing power as equivalent to my house running for a day or two. That is the type of compute power we are talking about actually. Then hallucination, a concept where it gives you an answer with high confidence. I'll show you some examples actually. Then staleness, because models are trained once in a while. So what happens to the data which came in between that, and there are many more. I'm not going to go into that. See, this entire topic which I'm covering today actually could be a complete semester course with 6 courses, each course having 50 hours of teaching. So 6 into 50, 300 hours, and then labs and other things put together another 200 hours. So it could be a full semester 500-hour type of a course, by itself, because there's so much to cover there, but we can't touch all those things. And then how do we get humans and generative AI to work? It's very important, because especially if you are giving these to junior level folks, see, that's where you see junior level. I'm not an expert, but at least I'm a little more, I'm in this spectrum. So I know if it makes a mistake or if it gives some hallucinated answer, I know how to do that, and human independent performance on task actually. So you have to be a little bit careful what you use them and where you place, so in this is a high risk zone where you have to rely on human capabilities alone, especially for something like diagnosis of diseases, Yeah, doctors can use the tool if needed, but still the doctor has to make the decision, I think that's a very risky stuff. Or a pilot making certain decisions on a critical stuff where it doesn't put autopilot, your engine is gone, even the autopilot could do things. I don't know how many of you know the Hudson incident, where the flight lost both its engine and it basically lost the entire power to the engines, I think. But a plane can be still landed, at which time that is a very critical time where you don't want the autopilot to take over, you probably want an experience. And that experienced pilot, what he did is he glided the plane in such a way that it finally landed in the Hudson River. Actually, you can see there is a movie also, I think, on that. Those are very, very critical and very subtle decisions makes difference. So I think still humans makes matters a lot actually in those type of situations. And nobody actually nobody died in that incident. That is considered very heroic by some, because otherwise all the people in that plane would have lost actually. But in that case, the power lost. So obviously you can't give to autopilot, because the autopilot itself runs with power. But even if it was engine failures and not the power failure per se, but you still don't want to give to autopilot in those type of critical situations. And he did not land it on a this one. He landed it on the river, because that's the only option he had, because he knows that it can only fly for certain time. So he has to glide it by that time, bring it down, and then ensure that it lands. And he gave the clearance. He asked the staff, the control tower to land it on the river. So he finally landed the plane on the river actually, and you can watch that. So those are stuff. So now we are moving from retrieval models to regression models to recognition models to reason, and then there are some more stages it goes. So very important. So sometimes you should not use a reasoning model when you want to only do a task at the lower level. You still can use something lower than that actually. Yeah. Let us look at quickly, come back. I need to look at my time check because I don't want to take the other speaker's stuff. So yep, he has done the stuff. He has done the coding also. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get in whether the code is right or wrong, but see, he has done. So it will be very fast, because as I said, it is a small model. But I will show you there are pitfalls to it also. So let us do. I had some things. See here, there are 20 birds sitting in a tree. Hunter fires upon one bird and kills it. How many birds are sitting in the tree? Typically, it will tell 19. You can see. Because the reason is that it doesn't understand the fact that firing basically causes sound and it lets the other fellows fly, We'll come back. I think I'm running short of time. But so we are getting, the models are getting more and more day to day, becoming more powerful actually. And I don't want to get in here. Standard LLMs, that is what the instruct type of models versus the reasoning model. So DeepSeek R1, which we used, is a reasoning model. So you should not unless you need a necessity, you should not use a reasoning model for something which is where reasoning is not a. See, if you are extracting an information from a document without any analysis per se, it is already the information is available. You just need to pull it. You don't need a reasoning model. Actually, you can use a simple model to do that. Because see, the energy cost, you can see here, the energy costs are also very high, you know. So 87% more energy for reasoning model compared to its equivalent model on the instruct side of it, you know. Yeah, so this is the approximate cost. See, OpenAI O3, this is not a small amount to, you know, how much models. So this was for a competition called ARC price competition. So I think in order to solve that, it took this much. See, this is not a simple kilowatt hour, you know. This might be probably sufficient enough to light the entire Kochi. Yeah, and obviously the cost is coming down. Computational cost of AIC, you can see that over a period of time they are coming down, but still it is very high at present per se. I'll skip these things for lack of time. And here there is another way of simple text classification. See, as I said, I used ResNet 50 to do the classification. I could have used a very large model like visual language model to do the text classification. I might have got more accuracy, but it would have consumed also power. See, it would have come in this range, you know. And what is its impact on CO2? See here, because when you talk about power, we are talking about carbon emission, you know. And it's one of the very sensitive stuffs because already people are feeling that the temperature is constantly increasing. I think the last year was the hottest year in the last so many years put together. I think a couple of centuries, I think, because that's the only data we have. So it looks like that it was the hottest year. So it's becoming hotter per se. And this is the scaling loss I was talking. To say today, a lot of things works on scaling loss. The more larger the model you have, the more training capacity you have, the more the data you have, the model's capability is increasing. You know, see, that is not a. See, what is intelligence? Intelligence is all about doing more with less. Human brain does not even use 5 watts, you know. It is somewhere in the 5 watts range. The laptop which I am using itself uses like 40 watts, you know, 30 to 40 watts type of a thing. So human brain works at a very, very efficient level. So there are a lot of computer architectures which are changing. And there is a new field called SLM actually. So large language models, they are typically considered 7 billion parameters and above. And there are something called small language model. So they are built, so you train a large language model, then you use a technique called distillation actually. So I don't want to get into that. Things like knowledge distillation, condensation, pruning, there are many techniques by which you can reduce the size of the model. So I showed you DeepSeek R 1.5 billion model, you know, so that is a distilled model. So that was distilled from DeepSeek R1 model, which is 671 billion. So 671 billion model has been distilled through Quen to a 1.5 billion model, you know. So obviously capability wise, obviously LLMs will, large language models have a much higher accuracy, but they consume also per se a lot. I don't want to read through the entire thing, but nevertheless, you have to understand that predominantly for a lot of inference purposes, people are preferring SLM because of the compute cost. So SLMs have a much lesser compute cost compared to their LLM counterparts, you know. And here you can see, you know, low usage cost. So there are domain accuracy. So we'll come back to that because large language models are trained across domains and across tasks. The question comes is, if I am doing a specific task related to civil engineering, do I need to know everything that is happening in semiconductor industry? No, probably large language model might be trained on such large data. So and here the parameters with respect to some stats on training energy, training duration. So you can see on all cases, the 100 billion fellow is very big. So training cost of compute, see, for 100 billion parameter 60K, this is far less, I think. It is much more than that actually. So CO2 emission per se and things like that. And here see a simple example. use judiciously. I was telling the model. So here it's not even an SLM. It is actually a TF-IDF is a very standard regular term frequency, inverse document frequency model. See, in GPT-4 he got 0.92% accuracy for this task. You can take a look at this paper actually, article. And same thing he did it with TF-IDF. He got 0.95. And look at the cost. It took 733 milliseconds here, whereas it took 0.76. So 99% improvement, 3.3% more accuracy, and dollar wise, see, they took $500 to solve here, whereas it took $0. These are the hosting models, so value propositions. So if you are in the cloud versus if you are in the on-premise versus if you are in your laptop. So when I did laptop, I can run a large model. I need to run something small. So that is where the edge compute comes into picture. So typically you tend to use LLMs in the edge. You can use LLMs when you have large compute here, but when it comes to edge, LLMs will not run in the edge. Predominantly only small SLMs will work actually. And here is the example which I was talking. Large language model, case law analysis, code debugging, anomaly detection, resume screening. So it is doing so many different tasks in so many different domains. See, this is law, this is medical diagnosis, stock market analysis, and different tasks also, So you whether the question is one model having across domains, across task capability versus a small language model which is distilled from this guy, but specifically distilled for the data in the medical diagnosis field. This guy will be very efficient if your purpose is to do this. If your purpose is to do resume screening, this will be, it's not that this can't do it, but it will be overkill. And you can make this guy fine tune and make it more accurate also for a specific task, So that is the message you have to understand. That's the same I was telling you. You can go walking to get a packet of milk, cycle, car, go by bus, public transport, in which case probably it is cheaper than the car actually, but nevertheless, so that. And here is the context length. So you have to understand in LLMs, large language model, there is something called context length. What is the context window? So it has been increasing. It started with 4K, 2K, 4K. Now we have reached a stage where it can hold up to, like Gemini and all can hold up to 2 million. So that it can hold the entire multiple PDFs and then summarize it on the single shot per se, Yeah, this is the, so next is, we learn the foundations. Now, what type of systems can we build? So one of the very important systems that are being, that is coming up now is what is called agentic systems. RAG, we will cover RAG after this, but nevertheless, RAG is another one per se. So for lack of time, I'm just going to go quickly. So these are the agentic AI stack. You can take a look at it. There are multiple layers. So we see the reasoning layer which we are talking. So it's very important in agentic system. And see, the symbol is DeepSeek, So per se, and the steps involved there, define and design, start building it, gather, store the data, give it memory, test, monitor, and refine. So we'll skip for that. And RAG is another one, which is retrieval augmented generation. You want to build a chatbot about Federal Institute, FISAT. You have 20,000 documents. You can write a very good chatbot to interact with anybody who is coming to your website. How many branches are there in FISAT? Who is the HOD of that? Or what type of subjects are being taught? What was the placement for? How was the placement for last year? Provided all this data is ingested, you can do something like that. Very interesting stuff you can do. And this is a more detailed, advanced stuff. How do you basically take data, convert them into embeddings, store it in vector databases? So when you get a query, how do you retrieve? How you embed the query, retrieve whatever is the right snippet, and then use it to order, merge it, and then give the answer. Just like through the RAG. So I'll skip for that. RAG's developer stack, if you want to learn. See, these are I know most of these things are not taught in educational institutions, but in industry these are very important to solve business problems. Yeah, you might learn some theory, but I don't think you will see this much of tools and stuff. Yeah, now some random thoughts. So we talked about base model, instruct model, reasoning model. Be very careful. If your task requires only an instruct model, use that. If you don't need a generative model itself, don't use a generative model, if your task is something like that. How to prompt reasoning model? See, we gave some written instructions. Actually, it differs for instruct model versus reasoning models, there are some subtle differences. Best practices when using reasoning model, there are some best practices which you need to follow. DeepSeek moment in large scale training. You see, how do you reduce the computational cost, whether be it training or inference? That's a field by itself. There are hundreds of PhD students working specifically in just reducing the computational cost of training and inference. Then concepts like multi-head attention versus multi-head latent attention. See, attending on a latent space instead of a textual space. Then things like fine-tuning with reinforcement learning with human feedback versus group policy optimization. So DeepSeek used what is called GRPO instead of RLHF actually, and that reduces computational cost a lot actually per se. And then areas like when should I use a reasoning model versus non-reasoning model? I said that how long will scaling laws hold good? Can we go on increasing the data, the training infrastructure and things like that? I don't think it will work. There will be an end, but we need to come up with more intelligent algorithms, And just to give you some stats, approximately 70% of new data center capacity in the world today is built for AI alone. So AI will be one of the highest power consuming activity in the world very soon. Probably like by 2030, it will be in that range. As of now, I think it is around 2% in countries like US, and they are projecting that to go up to 12% of. So a country's 12% of power consumption just goes in running these models and getting them trained and stuff like that. Then things like lossless distillation techniques, like as I said, distillation is a technique of reducing the size of your model. Quantization is another technique, which is converting from high precision to low precision, pruning and things like that. And then what is the model's licensing, whether it's an open weight model, open weight and data model, open architecture model, restricted use model. See, llama type of models can be used for research purpose, but you can't. There are some license stuff for commercial usage, so you have to be very careful. And then low precision trainings, FP16 to BFloat 16 to INT8 multi-modality. Then again, when to use what? Whether should I use a CPU in this scenario, GPU, a SIC, FPGA, then manufacturing by itself, advanced nodes. So today, see, we are getting from 6 nanometer nodes to 4 nanometer, 2 nanometer, 18A, and now we are getting to 14 Armstrong. So if you look at the Intel is very close in getting the 18 Armstrong working and 14. So this cannot also go down further because that's where you get into newer type of stuff like photonic chips and stuff, which is mentioned a little bit lower. And geopolitical fight in semiconductor manufacturing, what happens if China invades Taiwan, that's why India is also now worried. India is also getting into manufacturing, but at a higher level node, actually, at 28 nanometer. So we are nowhere close to getting into something like 4 nanometer, 2 nanometer and all. We are in the range of 28 nanometer. Recently, if you have looked at the ISRO and IIT Madras Shakti chip, that is, I think, 180 nanometer. So that chip is built using 180 nanometer technology. So we are like advanced countries like Taiwan, US, some European countries and all, they are talking in the range of 2 nanometer and 18 Armstrong and 14 Armstrong type. 14 Armstrong is somewhere slated to be 2026, but 18 is probably like this year or next year, And then rack density. See, we have started moving away from 10 kilowatt density racks to 800 kilowatt density racks with accelerators, cooling, and then stuff like that. Neuromorphic, quantum, which are the next generation type of things, distributed training infrastructure. Yeah, that's all I had. Actually, this is a very large field. As I said, it could be generative AI and the associated technologies, it could be a complete semester by itself with 6 subjects, and each of them probably 50 hours and probably another 40 or 50 hours for training, probably doing it and experiencing by itself, Yeah, I will stop here. We have only 5 more minutes. I want to be very customary to the timing. I think Robin might be already there in the call, Yeah. I think I wanted to cover this overall stuff. Deeper we can go in case if you take one topic, if you take LLM itself, that could be a subject by itself which can go into that, Yeah, I'll stop here. I'll stop sharing also. Any questions you have? We have 5 more minutes,
Sir, how Gen AI is useful in cloud computing?
Gen AI, see, in the sense, as of now, if you see, predominantly, it is deployed in cloud. Where it could be used is, so there are some work which is happening. So let us say when you are moving data from on-premise to cloud, Today, there are some generative AI tools which can generate the scripts for moving your applications from on-premise to cloud, There are different models. I don't want to get into that because you need to understand cloud. So there is something called lift and shift. In a lift and shift model, you are not changing anything. You are just lifting your stuff from an on-premise stuff to that, then restructuring your stuff. And there are other techniques also of doing that. So there are some areas where I know there are tools available today which can generate the, I don't know whether you guys are familiar with tool like scripts like Ansible scripts, Terraforms and stuff. So generative AI can generate the code for migration of such things from on-premise to cloud and stuff. So it is used in those type of areas, Then documentation, most of the cloud providers do have now chatbots which you can interact with if you have a question, for given scenario like this, which virtual machine should I use, Because they have 2,000 different types of virtual machines. So for a given purpose, one virtual machine will perform better than the other. So there are something like that. Quite a few things are happening actually. Yeah. Are there any more questions or we can wind up? Because I think they are right on time, Yeah, I know it might be too much for you folks because probably you are not trained on that actually, Yeah, but you can always connect me or LinkedIn or something, in case you have anything. Did anybody had a question? If not, we can wind up,
Hope there are no more questions. I request Ms. Nisha R, Assistant Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, FISAT, to deliver gratitude note. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It's my privilege to extend a vote of thanks as we conclude today's session of 6-day faculty development on strategic approaches and emerging trends in computer science. First and foremost, my sincere gratitude to our esteemed resource person, Mr. Rajiv M.A., Enterprise Architect, TCS, Cochin. We are grateful for the time and effort you have invested in preparing and delivering such a remarkable presentation. The session was inspiring and it provided us with a deep knowledge in the field of generative AI. On behalf of the ANGAMALY, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our esteemed resource person. Thank you, sir. I also take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the participants that actively participated and interacted during the session. Thank you all. The next session.
Thank you. I will log out. I think Robin has already come in actually, Yeah, thank you all and see you. Yeah, bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Robin Domi, are you there?
Hi, Erin. Can you hear me? Hello.
Uh,
Hello.
yes, it's audible.
Okay. Give me a minute.
Of course, of course.
Back.
That section is handled by Mr. Robin Tommy, Innovation Head, TCS Trivandrum. Topic is Generative AI for Purpose-Led Innovation. I invite Assistant Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, Nisha R. for the greetings. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, one and all. It's my pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you who have joined today's ATAL Academy sponsored 6-day online FDP program on strategic approaches and emerging trends in data science, organized by Department of Computer Science and Engineering, FISAT, ANGAMALY. We are delighted to have such a distinguished gathering of educators, researchers, and professionals who are committed to continuous learning and academic services. Today, being the last day of this FDP, we have an excellent resource person, Mr. Robin Tommy, Innovation Head, TCS Trivandrum, for delivering generative AI for purpose-led innovations. Robin Tommy is an acclaimed innovation architect and a social impact technology leader, serving as an executive director of Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council and head of incubation at Tata Consultancy Services. With over 100 patents in AI, robotics, and extended reality, his innovations have transformed assistive technology and digital therapeutics, including innovative UK-funded venture Inclusive Limited. He is a TEDx speaker and a globally recognized thought leader. He has received many prestigious awards like 2024 Kerala State Award for Technology Innovation, and he is the founder of Inclusive Organization Foundation. He also serves as a non-executive Kerala Robotics and Automation Vice Chair. We welcome you, sir, to this session. I also welcome all the participants to experience an enriching learning session today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you, Erin. I believe you're able to hear me loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thanks for the introduction. I think today we will kickstart the session. I'll just switch off the camera and I'll just share my slides. Are you able to see my screen?
No, sir.
Okay, let me try them. Let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So I believe you have been hearing to a lot of Gen AI, how artificial intelligence is changing the way today businesses look like, and also how the entire landscape of business is changing because of the entry and the flourishing of the larger generative AI use cases. So today, this the topic or the kind of topic I'll be moving more deep into is a social impact perspective of generative AI and how we have been able to contribute to that segment. So my initial slides are going to be more about what is generative AI and how the evolution of generative AI. I know it might be more of a repetition considered with all of the slides that you have been seeing and all of the sessions, but just bear with me so that I'll just complete this part of it so that I give a background before I jump into the social causes and the social purpose of AI that we have been doing. As most of you are aware of the multiple evolutions and the journey of AI, as you see here. So AI has started as a science in 1956. There are several papers. In the first neural networks, perceptron was introduced. Then the chatbot, that is Elisa, was the first one to come into the market. Then a lot of focus happened in the text neural network or neural network area, and majorly RNNs. A lot of focus started moving into the RNNs, finding how the meaning as well as the semantics of sentences would be understood. And later on, it found that RNNs alone is not able to capture the entire context and coherence of the sentences, or I would call it as the paragraph. For example, when it starts writing about Sachin Tendulkar, at some point of time, it will get lost and it will start saying Sachin has been a footballer. And that was the biggest issue RNNs were facing. And that's the reason why LSTMs came into existence, long short-term memory, so that the memory was more tuned into, and a lot of architectural changes happened here, so that the basic concepts or the basic um, uh, the context has been maintained across sentences. We call it as the inter-sentence coherence and the intra-sentence coherence. So that's where LSTMs came into existence. Then later on, the generative models called variable encoders were something that was introduced. Autoencoders were introduced, which started being more and more deep into, and that started giving a flavor of reinforcement touch, I would call it. Then we would see in 2014, that's the entry of GANs, that is generative adversarial networks, which was a major breakthrough in AI. And the diffusion models came in. And after all, deep learning architecture, which is referred to as the transformers, were proposed in 2017. And I would say that was the major breakthrough in the history of generative AI, as you see today, especially the transformer models. And a lot of BERTs, bidirectional encoders, started coming into the existence. And later on, there was GPTs being introduced, pre-trained GPTs being introduced by OpenAI in 2018. Then DOLI specifically for image related messaging we had, or I would say outcomes were introduced again. Then open source stable diffusion models. So that was one of the biggest open source breakthrough in the case of images. And finally, the GPT-4 has been released. So this is the overall evolution. So you'll see how CNNs, RNNs, LSTMs, then followed by variable or VAEs got introduced. Then the larger story of transformers, especially Google gave birth to the transformers in its famous papers, research papers. Okay, and then I would say I believe you know that famous paper that was released by Google, which actually gave birth to all this generative AI. Just asking all of you, are you all aware of this paper by Google? You can just type it in your message. What is finally that came into existence, or what is that actually changed the world to look into generative AI or the GANs or whatever the GPTs today? Okay, that is, I believe most of you know it, and that is called the attentions. So the paper is all you need is attention. So just look at this paper. It's a most famous paper, the most famous paper that has been downloaded in the history of AI. So it's a paper by the Google research team, which gave birth to all the GPTs and all the things that you see today, because that was the base, I would say, base model that had impact on this. So this is what I would say the larger story of generative AI. Now, before we even understand the story of generative AI and how Gen AI got evolved, we should also see at the Gartner hype cycle. So this was the Gartner hype cycle in 2023 August. I've not put the very latest one because I just wanted you to understand how the Gartner hype cycle got evolved and where was generative AI. So as you see here, generative AI is in the peak of inflated expectations. Now, even it has crossed that, and today you won't even call it as the trough of disillusionment, because there is a lot of productive examples that's going on in this scenario. At least basic productive examples, I would say it's a deep productive examples are going on. But as you see here, there's a lot of AI based interactions and research that's going on, especially generative cybersecurity AI research, federated machine learning research. There is a huge research in the area of we call it as AI augmented software engineering. So there is, because what the research has been happening for the previous few years, at least after the evolution of Gen AI, is also to replace the kind of development scenarios. So how that can be, and you might all know now, even the automation scenarios are getting replaced today by agentic AIs. So that is where things are moving towards, and the system is moving towards, for your understanding. Now, these were some of the, I would say, the last few months that has been going on, especially how Gen AI is helping multiple people from the perspective of software testing. How it is helping us to write more than 70% of the software tests. Okay, so Gen AI is helping you to write the test cases, the test scenarios, and also predicting, okay, what would be the kind of outcomes, the NP and the P kind of outcomes that is required from a testing perspective. All these things were being discussed. Then the next is that there are cases that transform smartphone user experience, and if you look at the CXOs, Gen AI and automation is one of the biggest areas where Gen AI has been really utilized. Now, most of you know about Gen AI. You know the characteristics. So today, most of us use Gen AI, especially the OpenAI. If you look at it, and the Chat GPTs, we have been writing a lot of content using it. Especially, I would say in this session, most of you might have started writing an email at least using Gen AI. So you have started feeling as well as experiencing how the Gen AI is changing the current landscape. But this is for your understanding to create, operate, and also create constant human intervention. Without a constant human intervention, how autonomy can be created? That's the next set of things that's going on. Learning and adapting is the next one. So some of the applications, I'm not going very deep into it, but just for your understandings. But here you have to be aware that these are the major areas today we have been working, especially one is data identity protection. So when you look at identity protection, as most of you know, we do not want to play around with the GDPRs. So most of the data that we use during our training, or I would say for specific applications that we are trying to create data, we don't try to get the actual data, we use synthetic data. So most of you know about synthetic data, but just for your information, now Gen AI has helped us to create any amount of synthetic data that looks like the actual data without much changes. Especially this is useful for life science related testing, CSR, okay, the clinical study reporting and all those kind of things. Image processing, I'm not going deep. You have seen how it looks like. Audio synthesis, an area where a lot of activities are happening as of today. One of the major audio synthesis activities are happening, especially in the music therapy area. And even you might have already seen how A.R. Rahman and Anirudh has been using Gen AI for several of their music tracks and seeing, okay, how the beats can be reconfigured. So there's a lot of applications happening in the audio synthesis side. Client segmentation, especially when it comes to identifying the variations. Earlier, you might have already, the machine learning algorithms like the SVMs, Okay, the hyperplane, where you are trying to identify the hyperplanes. Today, that has been taken over by GenAI in the client segmentation segments. Sentiment analysis, most of us might have developed a sentiment analysis algorithm at some point of our time today. That has become much easier with your GenAI. Fraud detection, many of the banks have started using GenAI, specifically using RAGs, I would say. They have a RAG, fine-tuned RAG that they have used for fraud detection. In healthcare, most of us might have started even using that to see, okay, fine, how based on certain symptoms, okay, what does this looks like, and kind of, okay. And trend analysis, something you see in the Amazon. You go and look into the Amazon, you can see some certain trends that's being shown to you. Again, they use GenAI kind of, and recommendation engines also as of now. So that's where some of the applications lies. Now this is the landscape, some of the tools that is there. I'm not going deep into it because this is where CQI has been investing also. So the adoption rates also a very interesting statistics. Most of you have already again seen this. So it took Netflix almost 3.5 years to jump into the 1 million tag. I would say the 1 million users online service when they started the online service. Whereas if you see, Spotify just took 5 months. Okay, Instagram just took 2.5 months, and ChatGPT just took 5 days when it was introduced in 2022. And that's the strength of GenAI, and that's where we are moving towards. So we cannot stand behind and say, okay, we are not going to learn GenAI. If you don't learn it, you are left out of the larger crowd. So that's where we are coming from. There are several challenges from a GenAI perspective, especially the safety perspective. You will see there's a lot amount of data that has been used, and also scamming purposes GenAI used. I won't say GenAI directly is used for scamming purposes, but you might have already heard about the deepfakes. A lot of deepfake related frauds are happening. Highly estimated abilities are there. So you might have yesterday heard about Sam Altman talking about the GPT-5, which is almost agreed to be like things like a human being, and also has certain features of emotional sense. So it can also come, you might have seen this, unpredictable outcomes, especially a lot of hallucination is there, data security breaches are happening. So we have to be very careful about the challenges. Now, what are the latest trends in the AI segment? If you ask me, is LLMs are improving from a context perspective. A lot of context understanding is going on, and it's multimodal. So you can give text, video, audio, all these kind of things that can be given to an LLM to understand, and that's what you're going to see in the next few months onwards, how differentiated multi-modal LLMs are going to be there in the market. Then few short training, because today training takes a lot amount of time. It's very costly. You might have seen the fine-tuning models and the RAGs in the OpenAI APIs, which is a bit costly. So that is going to change now because Mistrals are there today. You'll see the DeepSeeks, which has already been introduced, and their APIs are costing, I would say, 1 in a penny considered with the OpenAI APIs. So things are going to change. The cost is going to go down, and this shows that there is a lot of efficiency, and computational requirements are also getting reduced. Classic example is DeepSeek. So that's what I just wanted to say. Give you a brief background on where we are marching towards in the GenAI segment, and also give you an idea on, okay, why is GenAI so important for us to be considered in the I would say the latest happenings that's happening. Okay, so that's where we are from. I believe you have all understood what I was trying to mean. So along with this, some of the latest tools also, I would say, you should be also aware of how Perplexity is moving towards, because Perplexity is being used by a lot of people, and also a huge amount of focus is happening there. And also there is a latest trend where Harvard has been releasing almost 311K data sets from the government. It's a 16 TB data set which can be used for, which was also used as a part of the training of most of these models and stuff, so that you'll get an idea what is the kind of data that was used, this one. And also AWS has adopted DeepSeek, the R1 model, for fine-tuning and activities. If you want, you can just try it out in that. So these are some of the latest changes and latest things that has been happening. And as earlier I was talking about what Sam Altman has been talking about, the GPT-5, you should be aware of it, because there is a huge update that's coming, GPT 4.5 and 5. So it is expected to do the job much more better, and also how the end-to-end activities happen. So it is also planned that it will also be something kind of non-chain of thought kind of activities would be in there in that particular model. So we have to wait and see on what are the deep research and the canvas builds that would be happening. But what we hear now is they have incorporated voice, canvas, search, deep research, everything into the GPT-5 model that comes with a pro subscription. So this is the overall idea which I wanted to share with you from the perspective of GenAI. Now moving into what we have been doing. So what I wanted till now, what you have been hearing is what is Gen AI and how the market has been progressing in the Gen AI perspective. From now, I just wanted to introduce you to what we have been doing in the Gen AI field, at least some of the use cases that we have been working on. So I wanted you to introduce the last month, that is January, is a very I would say close to heart month for me, because January is a month that's known for a specific reason, and that is majorly known for I would say Louis Braille. Okay, so Louis Braille is a person who actually introduced Braille to the world. So he was born in France, okay, in 1803, and Louis Braille lost his eyesight at the age of almost like a kind of 13 when he was working with his father in a lathe. Then he understood that it is very difficult for a person who is having vision issues to live in this world, and he started researching about how a new kind of a communication can be brought in. So that's how Braille was born. I'll talk more about it later. So all this I started learning, or my team started learning, I would say, when we visited this beautiful school in Aluva. So Aluva is in Ernakulam, which is very near to Pisat, I would say. So the Kerala Blind School Society, and it is called the School for Blind. Now this school is actually run by two individuals, Gigi Verkis and Sunil Francis. So Sunil Francis lost his eyesight again in the age of 15, and he understood that it is very difficult for people who are blind, or children who are blind, to get the proper education, and that actually triggered him to start the school with his wife, Gigi Vergis. Gigi Vergis is the headmistress of the school, and she has been doing really good, and she is one of the most, I would say, inspiring individuals in this stuff. So this is how the school looked like. So when we were there, we were actually going through each and every classroom. So we visited the school because the principal was asking us to look at what is happening in the school and help them. Okay, what is the possibility? So I'll just show you how the school looks like. So do you see there is any difference from a normal school and this kind of a blind school? I don't know how many of you have seen a blind school, but do you see any difference between a normal school and a blind school? I'll just play the video once again. I believe you were able to hear, as well as you have been able to see this the room or the classroom that we had visited. Any difference that you see from a normal school and a blind school? Let's be interactive, no? Any changes? Anything that you feel that is different here when considered with a normal school? You can type it in your, I would say, message. Doesn't it look similar to the schools that you guys have been learning, or you have been a part of? Or is it completely different? So for us, it was like called like a normal school. There was no any changes, especially the rooms were very colorful. Even though the children who learned there is completely blind, So the great thing we understood is that they never differentiated these children from the people who have vision. Okay, so these children who are having, I would call it as issues with the vision. One thing which we understood is they all communicate through understanding what is the texture inside the building. So something happened when I was walking in this, I would say this area. As you see, this is how the school looks like from the window of that particular room. So when I was there on that outside area, there were a few children who came and hit me because they never knew I was standing there. They just fell down and they'll just stand up and they'll just start touching your hands and they'll ask you what is your name, and that's how they start communicating. Okay, so that's some kind of an observation that made us understand or give us some kind of an understanding on what is actually the larger importance or the larger methodology with which how blind children or people who are having partial vision actually communicate. So that's the way in which we were trying to understand them. So they never were differentiated from the normal children with vision. And most of these classrooms, as you see, as you have seen at least, they all have everything that like a normal school or any normal government school. And one of the cute things is that most of the things that you see inside this room has a texture, so that when they touch across, they will understand what is inside the room, what is the kind of shades in the room. So you can see another video on how the children are learning in the school. So I believe you understood how they are learning. They are all learning using their hands, and also when the teacher is trying to talk to them and make them understand, okay, what is that? So they are trying to learn how the leaves actually looks like. But if you hear to what the teacher is saying, everything she refers to like how it looks like rather than it feels like. Okay, so that's the way in which they communicate. They never wanted to differentiate among the blind as well as the non-blind people, and everything is something through touch. So touch is very important for them, and that's how this happens. As you can see, so they learn everything, and the learning methodology is hands, and that was a bigger, I would say, insight for us, because their every basic need is something that they understand by through their fingers. Specifically, the reception of their fingers is much better, much more, I would say, higher considered with people like us. So that's the reason why they are able to, I would say, navigate as well as understand, okay, what is the objective. Now, one of the biggest problems when we were doing all these kind of interviews in the school, what we understood is that it's very difficult for these children to learn Braille. And yes, that's a reality, because when we started learning Braille, also we understood it's very difficult for us even to learn Braille with our vision capability, because Braille was invented for one reason. Okay, if you look at the larger history. So in Louis Braille, when he was like 13, 14 years, so his uncle was in the army. So his uncle told him that, okay, how army people communicate, or the soldiers communicate with each other. So specifically, you will that story, if you read the story, you will understand. The army is always communicated in a 12 dot format. Okay, so they always send messages in a 12 dot format, and it was like embossed, so that the other the soldiers from the other territory is not able to understand and attack them. So this was a curiosity. He found it. He started experiencing things. Louis Braille started experiencing this. He also found that this is curious, and he reduced this 12 dot system into a 6 dot system, 6 dot embossed system, and he started defining the Braille using the 6 dot embossed system. And that is how the Braille was born. Almost in the age of 15, 16, even till his death, Braille was not accepted as a language. But soon after his death, France accepted this as a language for I would say this for people who are blind, and that's how the Braille is today being used by all end to end, I would say, by the blind children and also adults. So you'll see this Braille everywhere. I believe you have seen Braille in some of on your common days. Any places do you want to mention where you have seen Braille? Just give a try now. I believe you have seen it. Any idea where you have seen Braille? ATM is a classic example, yes. So ATMs is something I would say you will see Braille, especially, and that was a huge fight that happened to introduce Brailles in ATMs, because otherwise it's very difficult for people who are blind to take money. And also you will see Braille in the railway, especially in the toilets, in most of the areas, in the coaches in the Indian Railway, and if you have traveled in that. So most of these places where common people are accessing, Braille has been made mandatory. Slowly, you will see that everywhere. Now, based on this, we started understanding, okay, how to make Braille much more user friendly, and also basically anything they learn is through experience, I would say, specifically understanding the texture and also understanding the overall audio part of it, so they hear to it. So that is where we introduce this beautiful device which is called Braille. Now, Braille has 6 dots as like any Braille, and this was introduced to children within the age of 3 to 7 years. So that's the time when they start learning Braille, and it takes almost 2 to 3 years for them to learn Braille. So we introduced this device, and this is like a on-off switch that you see there. So A, B, C, D can be created using this device. And the beauty of this device is it is Gen AI enabled. It's a Gen AI algorithm that drives this device. And this Gen AI algorithm is kind of a system on chip, if you call it SOC, the earlier SOC concept. Here, I would call it the Gen AI algorithm resides on the edge part of it. So this is a edge AI use case, or we would call it as the edge Gen AI use case, where whenever you feed an input, the system would start talking to you. Specifically, when you are creating a letter A using the Braille device, it would start saying what is A for apple, okay, or A for ant, based on what is the age of the person, based on what it has, what are the previous the words that the person has learned, and also based on how is his learning pattern. So that's how Braille was born. So it's a very innovative educational tool. It combines both the texture, what we would call it as the finger-based tactile learning, plus the audio-based learning. And also there is a camera that we have for image recognition and stuff we have introduced into it. So it's an interactive learning tool, if you ask me. And there is a synergy between AI and stuff. And one of the great things is that we have made use of the open source model by Google, and it's called Gemma, the Gemma 2. Okay, so the 2 billion model has been used, where you can use it for commercial purpose also. It's a beautiful model. It's available in the Hugging Faces for you to download. And we have used this model, and we have also today using it for creating regional language learning for EE and all those kind of things. And this model resides on a small edge device, and this is where we are making use of Braille. So this is the Gamma architecture for your input. So it's again a kind of a embedding model which is based on transformers. So you can see multi-head attention, and also there is a softmax, linear softmax for the output probability prediction, and input encoders are available. So that's where we have trained it. Now, not just the technology part of it is important for any product to go into market, as most of you know. So one of the biggest things is that we were also studying the brain of a blind child to understand which all brain lobes needs to be activated. So one of the major lobes was parietal lobe and the frontal lobe, along with temporal lobe, which these are the lobes that needs to be highly activated for their learning. And also we have to bring in some concept of active learning, because they don't want to just learn how A, B, C, D, or they just wanted to also learn the connectivity between the words and what is A specifically for, and make them speak during the activity. So that's what this is all about, and improving the neuroplasticity and neurotransmission process of learning. So that's all about this one. Let's see how they are using Braille today. So this is a teacher who is actually using Braille.
ഈ ഡിവൈസ് വളരെ ഹെൽപ്ഫുൾ ആണ്. അതായത് പണ്ടൊക്കെ പഠിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു ഡിവൈസ് ആണത്. കുട്ടികൾ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഒരു എന്റർടൈൻ ചെയ്യിക്കാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ സ്വയം പഠിക്കാൻ സഹായിക്കുന്ന ഡിവൈസ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഡോട്ട് 1 2 പ്രസ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ആ നിലവിലുള്ള അവസ്ഥയിൽ നിന്ന് നല്ലൊരു വ്യത്യാസം, ഒരു ചെറിയ കുട്ടി ചെയ്യുന്ന പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ നല്ലൊരു വ്യത്യാസം ഫീൽ ചെയ്യും. നന്നായിട്ട് ഡോട്ട് പ്രസ് ചെയ്ത് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ നല്ലൊരു വ്യത്യാസം അത് പ്രൊജക്ട് ചെയ്ത് കാണാൻ.
So that's the way in which Brailleum is today changing the world, and how Gen AI is able to change the world of a blind child and make him learn Braille much more easier. So what we have done is today, based on our analysis and research, what we found is they are all able to learn Braille on half the time of what they have been learning earlier, just by using the normal methodologies than Braille. So that's the, I would say, the change that we could generate, and also I would call it as the real effect of how using Brailleum or whatever Gen AI based purpose-driven innovation model. So this is something which I wanted to share with you. So do you have any questions here? I'll wait for, if you have any questions, please do ask it do in a mic so I can answer it. Otherwise, we'll go forward. Any questions? So I just will start with next part of it. So I just wanted to give you an insight into what is the another area that we have been working for last 10 years from TCS, as well as my foundations that has been working. The neurodivergent area, that is people with cerebral palsy, people with autism, multiple disability, intellectual disability, and so on. So as you see here, we have a population of almost like 30 to 40% who are planned to be, or that's known to be the neurodiverse population. But of which, if you look at the cerebral palsy, we will say that almost like 2.5 people out of 100 suffer from some or the other physical disability. We call it as the cerebral palsy population. 1 in 54. It's a very old data, I would say. The new data is completely different. They are affected with autism and so on. So this is a alarming situation. And this is where we wanted to interfere and see, okay, what is the possibilities that we can do for them, and how the changes can be made to them in the larger perspective. So that's where we have been working a lot in this segment. So let me introduce you to Sharon, whom we have been working. He's a cerebral palsy child. So if you look at the life of the cerebral palsy or the autism or any intellectually disabled child, and if you have visited their school, so we met almost like I have gone to the school almost like 7 years back. The school is situated again in Ernakulam. So I've been to the school multiple times. So I've met Sharon. So every time I go there, I see Sharon doing this activity. He's trying to climb the stairs. I'll show him. So this raised a huge curiosity in our mind. He asked me why he was climbing the stairs, and there is a teacher who is helping him. So that is when we understood their schooling is completely different from the normal schooling. So some of you might have gone to these schools. So if you look at their schooling, it's pretty much different in such a way that they go through milestones. For them, each day is kind of a goal. So they are taught how to walk, they are taught how to eat, especially their activities for daily living, rather than just teaching them all the things of the world. And I would say they are far behind any normal, we call it as the neurotypical person, because of multiple reasons. And this is what we have been seeing, and we have been working with in this context of it. So that's the larger thing that we have been seeing. And Sharon was actually supported by his parents, his I would say this teachers, because his milestone was to climb the stairs. Now, why this milestone was defined for him is that because he was living in the third, fourth floor of a apartment, and his parents, his mother specifically, wanted him to climb the stairs. Otherwise, it was difficult for them if there was a electricity issue or anything that would happen to the lift. He needs to walk up and up. So that's where the issue was, and that's how he was provided this training. And this is what he has been doing on a daily basis for almost like a year. And I have been seeing this multiple times. So that's when we thought, okay, we have to introduce something for them, because it's kind of a therapy, and there is a lot of children who needs different kinds of therapies in different aspects of it in their life, and it has to be pushed in whatever sense that is required. And also there is a huge amount of I would say support that is required for them. Now, if you see what happens in Sharon's life, or any person like with cerebral palsy, what we have understood from them, or any person who is having neurological issues, is they have to go through this kind of an exercise for achieving the milestone several months. And it doesn't mean that they will be walking by themselves. Okay, it's only that with the help of a parent, at least they are able to do it. Now, being this kind of a scenario, many of them lose their motivation, confidence, and also they find it very difficult for their life to go forward. That is where, and also for them, coming to a school means doing these kind of mundane activities rather than learning or playing with their friends. So for them, they wanted to make a change. So that's one reason why they all hate to come to school. Now, understanding all these scenarios, we went back and we started analyzing what is the possibilities. That's where we brought in a physiotherapy intervention using VHAB, virtual habilitation project it was called. So this is a project that we introduced for many people who are with cerebral palsy and autism and multiple disabilities. So you can see here how Sharon is using this particular game. It's a gamified model of AI. So now, as you see here, Sharon started analyzing himself, and he started slowly solving the challenges that he see on the screen. So that's what you just saw now. Now, what is that is happening on the screen? He's trying to follow those instructions. Okay. Now, what is that instructions is like, we have given a gamified scenario, and it's a AI based game. I would call it as there is a Gen AI element in this, because this particular game that has been developed using 3D depth sense cameras. On the initial days, we have used I would call it as the Kinects. Now we don't mostly use the Kinects. We use normal cameras for this, because we have post algorithms available. Now, detecting the posture of the person that is mapped to an avatar on the screen, as you see, and from that avatar, the child is guided to solve certain kind of activities. Now, what are those activities, if you ask me, is things that is related to his daily living, specifically for him to climb the stairs. So that's what you see. He's trying to take one of his legs. So once he starts taking one of the leg, he will lose the balance, but he's trying to balance it. And that's the reason why everything that you see on the screen. So he's trying to move his legs forward, backward. And this is what the therapy sessions we have was giving about. So off late, we have started using GameGen. That's a model that we are using for game environment specifically. So it's an agent play engine, so that it will understand, okay, how the person is actually interacting, and based on that person's interaction, the next frame and the action would be generated. So this is also a generative AI model that we are trying to come up with. The initial models are being used today, and it's being tested a lot in the field. And as I was mentioning, we have already completely tagged the human body into 33 points, as you see here. So in there, this 33 points, based on this only, we are trying to make sure that each pose is detected, it is tracked, and each frame of the tracking has been put towards. And it's not only that, the psychology here is we are trying to make them like the school, like we have, so that every day they use we have, they get motivated and confidence is built in them. So that's where basal ganglia comes in. So most of us brush our teeth in the morning. So the major reason behind that is with the basal ganglia, because that becomes a habit in your end-to-end life. So that habit is something that we were trying to create using VHAB. Today we have more than 5,000 students who are going through the VHAB, and huge changes has been happened. So, and not only that, we were also trying to understand the brain, because most of the times it's not easy to understand from their emotions on the face. So as you see here, we have been tracking how VHAB has been changing. So there are a few examples as you see. One of the examples we are trying to see how his engagement is, excitement is, whether he is stressed, he is relaxed, there is an interest, focus, all these kind of things, and it is being plotted. So this is the larger story we were trying to do. Now let us see how Sharon walks today, okay, after almost a year of practicing on VHAB. You can see how beautifully Sharon is walking or climbing the stairs up and down. Okay, and this is what AI gamification coming together is changing the life of people who are neurodivergent. So this is one of the classic examples I usually show in many of my sessions, how we have been changing. Now, I have a question for you. I want someone to answer this question. Do you think this particular application is only supporting Sharon, or AI is only supporting Sharon in his life? So what is the actual change that you see in the society because of this particular application that comes in? I'll wait for answers. You can just unmute yourself and tell me. Don't be silent. Can you unmute? Someone unmute and say me what would be the real change? You don't see any change because of this kind of a intervention that happens in the society?
Maybe the burden of parents or the stress level of the parents might reduce if they have it's like Sharon. It will assist them, both parent and the child will get benefited by this too.
Awesome. I think that's a wonderful answer. So one is one of the major input is the social change, or the change that happens in the family level. So when children like Sharon is there in the family, the biggest problem that happens to a mother is, one is to take care of Sharon and also do whatever the basic needs of Sharon, take care of all the basic needs of Sharon, or any such kind of a child that is born. And not only that, she has to spend her entire time with Sharon. So from morning till evening, from the time a person wakes up till the time the person goes back to the bed. So especially the mother has to spend a humongous amount of time with Sharon. And this is a bigger issue, the biggest issue that we have seen. And that is where we wanted to bring in this kind of a intervention, where when Sharon was there in the school, what we have seen is almost 80% of the mothers were there waiting for their children outside. And we have could reduce that to 50%. And that is the change, major change, I would say. We have kind of an device or a technology could do it. And one more thing, what that comes to your mind, what would be Gen AI doing here, especially generating the next sequence of the game? What do you think that would be? Is it useful for a child like Sharon when he's doing this kind of a therapy process? What is that actually trying to make a change in the overall scenario of a person who is practicing on VHAB?
Sir, may I?
Yeah, go ahead.
The main thing is that the confidence level of that child will increase. That is the most important thing. And he realized that he is able to do the things by his own. This is the main factor. His happiness is a main factor that comes under all these things.
Awesome, great. So one is the confidence, then second is the motivation for him to live further, because yesterday he was depending for everything. He was depending on the school or his mother or the ecosystem around him. Today he's able to do it himself. Great. I think that is one of the biggest things each one of us needs, because to be independent in life, to make sure that as long as possible we get that freedom to move along. So that's one of the biggest things Sharan could achieve. But can someone tell me what is AI doing in this scenario for Sharan, or how AI or Gen AI is trying to make a difference in their life, especially from a VHAB perspective? I didn't talk about it in a detail, but I want you guys to say me what is it.
Sir, probably AI is able to find out the patterns uh, in a manner of different patterns.
Okay, that is great. Yeah, that's something I was looking for. Specifically, the movement pattern of Sharan. So as you see here, Sharan
Yes.
was moving earlier. You saw that how Sharan was moving all along, and I think that's a wonderful observation. So that's one thing which the system is trying to understand. It's not trying to understand who is Sharan. It is trying to understand what is the difficulty Sharan is facing while he's moving. So it is trying to understand the movement patterns, and not only the movement patterns, it is also trying to understand the coordinates of his larger systematic view of the person. So from the avatar perspective, I showed you almost like 33 points in the XYZ plane. Okay, it's not only the movements, also the systematic view of his existence in that plane. So based on which the system is deciding, okay, what is the next scenario that should be given, or the next frame that should be decided for the person. So that it's like your GRE exam. So most of you might have seen the GMATs or the GRE exam. So once you answer a simple question, slowly it will take you to the medium or the complex question. Okay, the rubrics will change. Similar, the system decides, okay, now let me give him a complex task. When he doesn't do a complex task, again, it will come back to a medium task. Slowly, the system is trying to push the limits of a person like Sharan. And that's what is the AI system doing here. Great. I would say that's a great observation. Good. Now let me take you to the next story. Do you have any questions still here? I'll just pause for a minute and see if you have any questions. Any questions? Okay. Then let's move to the next our inspiration. So when we were doing VHAB in the school, in the same school, we met this person called Anugrah. So let us try understanding what Anugrah was asking us. He was talking to us, but he's having a non-standard speech. Most of you have heard what is non-standard speech. But let us try to hear what is non-standard speech from Anugrah. Were you able to hear what Anugrah was saying?
No, sir.
I think I've shared it with voice. 1 minute. You're not able to hear this?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay, I'll then share it once again. Give me a second. I'll just share this. I believe you are able to see my screen now. I'll just play the audio once again. Are you able to hear it now? Are you able to hear? Hello?
No, sir. No, sir.
Even now, you're not able to hear.
No, no.
Okay. I think then there is some Irene, I think the audio is already shared, no?
Sir.
Okay, I don't know why you are not able to hear it, but here actually it's the question of voice, and so it's a really different thing that we have done for Anugrah. So I'll just say the story if you're not able to hear it. But let me say you what was happening here. Anugrah was actually asking us something during the entire day. So that's where we met him. We were trying to understand what he was trying to say. We were sitting with him for some time. We were also doing the rehab adjustments. So we found that he's having problems with his speech, and he was asking us a few things, and we were not able to communicate it properly. So that is where we started analyzing what Anugrah wants. So we found that Anugrah needs something to instill the larger story and also create a deep, I would say, fascination in him to create the larger inputs. So as you have seen here, Anugrah was not able to communicate end to end. So what we have done is we have created a kind of a device which will help people like Anugrah to communicate. So communication is the major issue that we were facing. As you can see, this is called Assisto. So Assisto, we have constructed Assisto in such a way that the entire evolution of Assisto has been done in the end-to-end manner. So from March 2018 till March 2019, we have been trying to create some kind of an intervention, end-to-end intervention, to make sure that we come up with a device that can communicate in depth. So that is what is all about Assisto. Assisto is a deep speech model. So that was the time when deep speech algorithms started coming into the market. So we completely designed and fabricated and programmed this model for people like Assisto. So I'll just people like Anugrah, as you see here, I can show you the video on how Assisto is.
Very much enjoyed session with Manu and Robin sir from TCS. Happy to hear his own voice and also to hear clearly whatever we communicate.
So that's all. That is the larger story of Assisto. I would say what we were trying to do. I don't know whether you were able to hear the video, what the Anugrah mother was actually communicating. But this is more about how the larger stories are built on the grounds of deep speech and how the speech was fine tuned for Anugrah. So as you see, you can also hear here. I don't. So this is what Anugrah was asking us. He was asking for a glass of water. So whenever he was asking for a glass of water, we were not able to understand. But when Assisto was given to him, you can hear how clearly he was able to communicate with that. Now this is an inspiration that we have received. I would call then Google how he took it up, and then started working on the technology. Specifically, we were doing, and it's called the Project Relate. So if you go to your Android mobile phone and start looking into the thing called Project Relate, you will see this. So I'll just play this video. Can you hear this video at least? I can't see the chat window, but if someone can say yes or no, it would have been helpful.
The video is visible, sir. The voice
Video is
seems.
visible, sir, but it is not audible.
Video is visible, but is not audible. 1 minute, then I'll just play this video from YouTube. I think that's the best way you will understand what is. So this is project relay. I'll just show you how.
Communication is a fundamental human need, and I think it's also a basic human right. I'm Audrey Lee, a brand manager at Google. More specifically, I'm a namer, and it's a lot of fun to say that I'm a professional namer.
I believe we are able
I
to
had a type of muscular dystrophy that affects the way I speak. I have always loved making new friends, but when people can't understand me at first, they have trouble getting to know me. It's as if there's an invisible barrier between us. I believe technology can help bring down that barrier.
My name is Julie Catio. I'm a product manager at Google in the research team. Project Relate started in 2018 when we realized that our speech recognition technology could be improved to help people with speech impairments be better understood. Standard speech recognition doesn't always work as well for people with atypical speech because the algorithms have not been trained on samples of their speech. So we decided to create an app that would be custom trained on individuals' unique speech patterns.
We named the app Relate because of what it enables you to do.
To use the app, the first step is to record a set of phrases so it can get to know how you speak. The Relate app has 3 built-in features: Listen, Repeat, and Assistant. Listen transcribes everything you're saying in real time.
So I have a custom voice model now, and
Repeat repeats what you've just said in a clear computerized voice.
Next kind of hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate.
Ah, gotcha.
Thank you.
Assistant connects directly with your Google Assistant.
Take a selfie.
Okay, get ready.
I hope I live to see the day when disabled people can move through the world and expect the same level of connection as everyone else has. I think Project Relate is bringing us closer to a better future.
So this is what I would say one of the inspirations which Google got from what we have been doing, and this is called the Project Relate. And if any point of time you see a person who is having issues with his speech, I would recommend you to ask him to download Project Relate, because this is specifically developed for people having difficulties in speech. So that's what one of the biggest things that we have been doing for the change journey, I would call it. And I think I'm almost coming to an end of the session, but I just have one question for all of you, at least to make you understand, okay, what is the possibilities here. So hearing to this, or hearing how Project Relate has been coming up, now can you tell me what is the different possibilities or different methodologies that you see or you observe, or even that comes to your mind from the larger perspective of bringing in change in the society? Especially, I'm not talking about just the speech. It can be even the vision specific. It can be even any other sensing specific that could be helpful for mankind. So I'll just open it up for discussion. Then we will move to questions. So what is your thoughts in this? This is my questions. Have you ever thought Gen AI could do these kind of activities, especially the algorithms like deepfake used for something that is much more betterment for people who are finding it difficulty, or for disabled society kind of? What comes to your mind? Any other ideas that comes to your mind? You can just speak, okay? Just unmute and speak yourself. So this is a story which I wanted to share with all of you. The story on how AI is changing the world, do for the society and bring in change for each and every person in the society who deserves one or the other form of technology for his existence and sustenance, I would call it. So that's what we have been doing. I am available at this QR code. Okay, so you can scan it. You can always connect me on LinkedIn. Ask me any questions. Once again, I would open up this for questions and let me know if you have any questions so that we can continue.
Hello, sir.
Hi, Arun.
Hi. Sir, all the use cases which you have shared is very thoughtful. My curiosity, the first use case about the braille use case. So there we could see that the kids are using earphone, right?
Yes.
So what if the kid is not able to hear? If both dumb and deaf, no, these kind of impairments would be prevailing. So if that is the case, if a kid cannot see it as well as not able to hear, so how this device can be improved, or have you thought about that, or is there another version of this?
As of now, we have developed it for people who are having vision, I would say vision issues, or we call it as the people who are having lower vision, partial vision, and complete vision problems. We have not moved into a multiple disability problem in this case as of now, but there are a lot of children today having both vision as well as hearing problems. So for them, it's more of the things that we are trying is only use one form of communication. One form I would call it as either the tactile form of communication or a form of communication that would be enabling from their taste buds perspective, especially using their tongue. So there is a lot of research going on in this area. But since this population is very small, you won't find a lot of research documentations in this. But we are trying something specifically in this domain, especially using tongue and the tactile perspective. So that's something that we are trying now.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, before concluding this section, I request Dr. Prasad JC, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering, FISAB, for the appreciation remarks. Sir, please.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
That was the last session 13 on our FDP. Thank you, dear and respected faculty members, and thank you, Robin sir. Robin sir is always active and very supporting for our institution for all the activities whenever we organize. Thank you very much, Robin sir, for your valuable contribution. You have done a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir, for your great presentation. Uh, I also thank each participants for your active discussions during the sessions. So we are winding up. So next session is our examination section. Exam session will start at 6:30 in the same Google Meet chat box link. Will share the exam link at 6:30. So before that, you can fill the feedback form. Also, you have to fill one more details. You have to fill a Word document, reflective journal. You please fill and submit the reflective journal document before the exam. At 6:30, there is a small validatory session, and so that you can save time after the exam. You need not have to wait another extra time for the validatory session. So after a very small validatory session, exam, I hope we can start at 6:30. So let us wait till 6:30 for the examination. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Robin.
Aaron.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sir.
Robin.
Ma'am, what time it will be start the session exam?
6:30.
Okay.
Dear participants, I request all to submit the reflective journal document at the earliest. Link is already given in the WhatsApp group with reminder mail. Respected participants, we hope we can start the exam soon after the small validatory session, which will start, and we hope that we can finish within 10 minutes so that you can save time. There is no need to conduct additional special validatory session after the examination. So soon we will start the validatory session. I request all participants to participate. We will share the examination link through the chat box soon after the validatory session. I request all participants to submit the feedback in ATAL portal. To get the certificate, there is a special feedback by ATAL. Through your portal, you have to fill the ATAL feedback form. Also, I request all participants to submit the reflective journal, which is also a mandatory requirement as part of this academic program. Iron ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, shall we start the program? I think HOD sir have already joined.
Okay, sir. Let's start. Good evening, everyone. It is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the final day of our Enriching Adult Academy sponsored faculty development program. Over the past few days, we have a journey of knowledge of learning. Today marks the conclusion of all the insightful discussions and sensation and meaningful exchanges we have shared. During this validatory function as co-coordinator of FDP, it is my privilege to extend a welcome speech. It is with great honor I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Dr. Paul P. Mathai, who has joined us today. Your leadership, dedication, and commitment to excellence have been a source of inspiration for all of us. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Next, it is my great privilege to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed coordinator, Dr. Prasad JC, Professor of Computer Science and Engineering. Your dedication in organizing and guiding this 6-day faculty development program, making this FDP a success. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
It is with great joy and enthusiasm that I extend a warm welcome to all the participants on this faculty development program. Without you, this FDP won't be success. We are honored to have such a distinguished gathering of educators, researchers, and professionals who are committed to continuous learning and academic excellence. As a coordinator, I welcome all the participants to this validatory function. Once again, welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request our head of the department, Dr. Paul P. Mathai, sir, to address the validatory session.
Thank you, Professor. I hope it is audible.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, all. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today as we bring an enriching and insightful FDP on strategic approaches and emerging trends in data science to a close. As the head of the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, FISAT, I would like to thank our distinguished speakers and resource persons whose expertise and experience have been invaluable. To our participants, each one of you has brought unique perspectives and enthusiasm to the sessions. As we move forward, let us not view this as an end, but as the beginning of our continuous journey in the world of data science. Let me inform you that we, FISAT Engineering College, is regularly conducting similar types of FDPs, conferences, seminars, competitions, etc. On July 18th and 19th, 2025, we are conducting the 7th IEEE International Conference on Advanced Computing and Communication Technologies for High Performance Applications, which is a prime conference of this kind. Last date for paper submission is March 31, 2025. Also, let me inform you that we run an MTech course in AI and data science for both regular as well as working professional candidates. We have also got a BTech course in computer science and design other than the computer science and engineering course. These all are just for your information. Finally, I would like to appreciate and thank the organizing team, Dr. Prasad JC and Dr. Iron Babu, along with the dedicated faculty members of CSE FISAT for their efforts in bringing this program together, ensuring its smooth execution and providing an environment helpful to the learning. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Let's stay connected and continue to learn from each other as we step into the future of data science. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So, finally, we are coming to the last moment of this faculty development program. Respected head of the department, Dr. Paul P. Mathai, dear and respected my
Testing cannot be
co-coordinators
started.
of within soon after this vote of thanks session, testing will start, sir. So, respected co-coordinator of this program, Dr. Iron Babu, respected professors, respected participants, delegates, and my dear colleagues. Good evening, everyone, once again. As we have come to the conclusion of this enriching faculty development program, it is my privilege and honor to deliver the final vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to AICTE Training and Learning Academy for granting us this opportunity to host this FDP. Their continued support in fostering academic excellence has made this event possible. A special note of appreciation to our principal and management of FISAT, whose unwavering encouragement and resources have been instrumental in organizing this program successfully. I express my sincere thanks to our head of the department, Dr. Paul P. Mathai, for the guidance and motivation throughout the event. My gratitude also extends to our former head of the department, Dr. Jyotish K. John, for the initial efforts to organize this FDP in a successful manner with the support of AICTE. A big thank you to my co-coordinator, Dr. Irene Babu, for her dedicated efforts in the seamless execution of this FDP. Her meticulous planning and commitment have been invaluable for this faculty development program. I would like to extend my deep appreciation to our technical staff, Senior Manager Mr. Jidesh, for ensuring all technical aspects ran smoothly, and to the faculty members of Computer Science and Engineering Department of FISAT for their immense support and cooperation. The real heroes of this event are undoubtedly our esteemed resource persons who took the time to share their expertise and insight with us. I express my sincere thanks to the resource persons, Dr. John Jose from IIT Guwahati, Mr. Anil Unnikrishnan, engineer from USA Samsung, Dr. Bindu Krishnan from IBM, Dr. Sailesh Sivan from Cochin University, Dr. Sumodh Sundar from TKM College of Engineering, Dr. Satyajit Das from IIT Palakkad, Mr. Anand George from Oracle USA, Dr. Shainu PG from VIT, Mr. Rajiv Yamme and Mr. Robin Tommy from TCS. I thank all the distinguished speakers who have enriched our knowledge with their invaluable session. Finally, not least, a huge thank you to all the participants for their active engagement, thought-provoking discussions, and enthusiasm throughout the sessions. Thank you for your valuable feedbacks. Your participation truly made this FDP meaningful and impactful. Once again, my deepest gratitude to each one of you for making this program a grand success. Let us continue to learn, collaborate, and grow together. Thank you all. Jai Hind. Dear participants, now we will be conducting the objective type examination. This will so that faculty can leave soon without waiting for additional validatory session. Because of that reason, we conducted this validatory session before the online exam. For the exam, there will be 25 multiple choice questions. You can try this examination till 7:30 p.m. You can take any minute for answering these 25 questions. I think we have around 45 minutes. So approximately to answer these 30 questions, one time will be more than sufficient, nothing to get tense. However, only one attempt is allowed. So please take sufficient time to answer carefully. Now the exam link is going to share through the Google Meet chat box. So I wish you the best. Thank you once again for your participations. Thank you. Thank you. Jai Hind. Dear participants, we have shared the exam link. You can access the exam link. You can start exam. Write the answers carefully. There is only
Good
one
evening, sir.
attempt. Yes.
Good evening, sir. If we completed the exam, can we leave the meeting?
Yes.
Then
Remember,
how
after
we?
submitting the exam, you have to also submit the ATAL feedback session in the ATAL portal. Then after this exam, I have to enter the marks in ATAL portal. Also, I have to enter the attendance details in ATAL portal. That will be done within 1 or 2 days. Nothing to get worried about that. So you complete your feedback sessions. Also complete the reflective journal process today itself.
Yes, sir. I completed the journal procedure, and only the balance is the exam. After the exam, can I leave the program?
Have you submitted AICTE feedback form in the portal?
In which portal?
In ATAL portal, there will be an AICTE feedback about this program. Not the individual feedback about the resource person.
That feedback is available. That feedback is available in the ATAL portal now, or 2 or 3 days after 2 or 3 days.
I have to ensure it.
It is available, ma'am. It is available. You can do that now.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's available, feedback link. I tried to open the feedback link in ATAL portal, but I didn't get the link. That's why I asked.
You can see whatever you apply now. That FDP, there you can find one icon. So plus icon, you click that. You can get that FDP. What do you call that? Feedback.
Feedback link. Okay, then I just log into the ATAL portal and click the feedback tab. So, but I didn't get the link. That's why I just asked.
No, check your whatever this FDP. What do you call that? Flag will be there.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir, I have one question. Where is faculty ID mentioned?
Faculty ID is for our internal purpose. In the ATAL portal, there is no faculty ID.
Okay.
But for entering the details from here, we need to easily access your names. We have 500 members registered. Because of that reason, we have given faculty ID to manage effectively.
Okay. So, sir, can I put anything F1? I'm not able to get my faculty ID.
Only the registered participants have shared the faculty ID.
Oh, sir, I have registered, but where I can find that? Some list is there of participants?
We have already shared the participants' ID. We have shared the feedback for each session.
So
I think you have not done such kind of work.
Sir, I have done feedback session. I am
without faculty ID. How you able to submit such details?
So that's what I'm asking. So I was not getting from day one. What is this faculty ID?
It's there
in the WhatsApp. We have already shared all these things.
Faculty ID and schedule are given in your mail, registered mail. You check your registered mail.
Okay. I will check once. Thank you so much.
Sir, I have a doubt that every day we are filling a feedback form on Google. No, that is alone. It's not enough. We have to go for the portal and again we have to fill the feedback now, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Because that is for individual persons. Now this is for AICTE. Overall feedback is required.
Sir, is this possible? The thing, no, which we spoke earlier, no, the voice was not audible. Actually, can you say again, sir? In the ATAL portal, we have to go login.
We will share the YouTube link of each session. So if the voice is not clear, you can hear the sessions through YouTube link. Today evening, we will be able to share all these resources.
The procedure for filling the feedback inside the portal.
Ma'am, please check AICTE portal. It is not done by us, but naturally all the people are doing that. You will be able to do that.
Okay,
Excuse me, Prasad sir.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
Sir, we have not got the test link, and when we are trying to go on the ATAL portal assessment link, it is not showing any kind of question. Then how we will get the certificate for this, sir?
Sir, there are two options. One is we ourselves can conduct the test and enter the marks in the portal. We have adopted that method. Second method is through AICTE portal, the questions can be uploaded. We have not done that. So through this chat box, we have given the link. Using that link, you can attempt the exam. After writing the exam, we will upload your marks in AICTE portal. Okay.
Can you please post again the test link, please? Because
Yes,
we are not
now it is
getting.
posted. At 6:48, now I have posted that link in the chat box.
Sir, that form .gle, that is the test link, sir?
Yes, ma'am. What mean, ma'am?
Test link is available now in the link.
Okay, the mail, they put the link in the mail.
In the chat box,
Portal.
text link is available.
Sir, my ATAL
that is the feedback
registered
link.
email address. Hello, sir.
No, test link is not. Ma'am, that is different. That morning happened, that one. Google form. In Google form, you need to attend the test. Okay, that I have done. After FDP, so the test is not open till now.
Sir, you please check chat box. Link is available, sir.
Yes, sir, we have got
Monks.gle, something
the
like
link.
that.
Prasad, sir, I do again have the question. Like when filling the test link, I'm getting email address as a different one, the one which I have registered on the ATAL portal ID. Will it have any problem or it is fine? Okay, sir.
Okay. Now we have started the exam now. So you please send the mail also about this discrepancy so that on later session I can rectify it. If any confusion comes, I can rectify. You send a mail after this exam about this problem. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you can leave after the exam, sir. Please ensure that you have completed all the formalities. Then only we will be able to give our adult certificate for this faculty development program.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, actually, I forgot to fill that research journal kind of thing.
You can submit after this exam, ma'am.
Thank you,
You
sir.
please submit it after this exam.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. On adult portal, there is a different feedback form. You please that adult feedback form. Then only the adult will receive their certificates. Anyway, you have to wait another 2 days because I have to complete the attendance entry of the faculty members participated. I have to enter the marks of the examinations. You have to wait another 2 or 3 days to finish all this work.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So the ATAL FDP, if you click on the test link, it is not started.
I'm not able to hear. Can you repeat, sir?
The ATAL FDP, you want to attend the assessment test.
Yes.
It is not starting the test actually.
Sir, ATAL FDP assessment test link is available through the chat box of this meeting. So you access the link through the chat box. Now I have sent the link. Through that link, you can access the examination questions. You can answer the questions.
Okay. The same form, okay, what is shared in the same form it is there.
Sir,
Yes.
can you share the link once again, sir?
I have shared at 6:52. Please check.
Sir, I couldn't get, sir. Please share once again, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You have sufficient time. Take your own time. You cannot resubmit. I wish and pray all my participants should get the certificate. So please fill the exam properly.
Sir, can we exit from this meet, sir?
Hello, sir. Hello, Prasad, sir. Hello, Prasad, sir. Can anybody from organizing?
Yes.
Sir,
Excuse me.
yeah.
I made a mistake. I need your support. Actually, there is a convention that whenever we organize a program, participants, some of you should come forward and tell some feedback about the session. I missed that part. So, is it possible for some of you to come and tell the feedback now?
Sir, just I want to clear about test. If test is having all the 4 alternatives are correct.
Okay.
So what I need to do for that?
You answer anything and send that discrepancy in the questions through what email. We will do that everything. Okay.
Through mail I need to send to you.
Yes. So that
am I
it
right,
will be
sir?
comfortable for me.
Yeah, no problem, sir.
Yes.
Because one question, all the 4 alternatives are possible.
Program?
Pardon, sir?
If it is like that, it is not my, this is an examination. There is no need of such comments. Please What you can do is you can send such type of comments through email. Now my request is I request the participants please to tell the feedback about the session. Kindly cooperate, please.
Sir, after the test or right now?
Now itself you can, ma'am. Actually, it should be conducted through the valedictory session, but during that valedictory session, all were busy to start the exam. So I also started the exam. I missed that part. That is why I am asking now.
Okay, sir. I shall. Respected principal, coordinators, Lieutenant Dr. Prasad sir, Dr. Iron Babu madam, dignitaries, and my dearest participants. Myself, Dr. Daulat Begum, Professor, Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, TKM College of Engineering, Kollam. It is an honor to be part of this faculty development program on strategic approaches and emerging trends in data science. First and foremost, I extend my sincere gratitude to the coordinators of this FDP, Lieutenant Dr. Prasad JC, Professor, Department of Computer Science Engineering, FISAT, and Dr. Iron Babu, FISAT, for organizing such an insightful and enriching program. From this FDP, I gained valuable insights into various aspects of data science, machine learning, and their real-world applications. I understood the importance of statistical knowledge in machine learning, learning how hypothesis testing, confidence intervals, and performance metrics like precision and recall help in evaluating models beyond simple accuracy. This knowledge enables me to build more reliable and generalizable models. I also explored how machine learning enhances motion matching in animation, making movements more fluid and realistic. I learned how these techniques are applied in game development, robotics, and visual reality to create highly responsive and immersive experiences. Another significant takeaway was the role of deep learning architectures, segmentation, and feature extraction in fields like medical imaging, autonomous systems, and security. I gained a clear distinction between small and large language models, helping me understand their applications in NLP tasks such as chatbots, text generation, and automated translation. The FDP also deepened my understanding of model optimization and deep learning. We learned about computational graphs, how cost functions are minimized, and how models can be efficiently run on CPUs and GPUs using PyTorch. I also explored how NumPy and Pandas are used in handling real-world data sets, making data analysis and pre-processing more efficient. A crucial learning from this FDP was the social impact of AI. I understood how AI is transforming industries like healthcare, education, and governance, while also addressing concerns about ethical decision-making, bias, and job displacement. This reinforced the importance of developing AI responsibly, ensuring fairness, transparency, and inclusivity in its applications. Overall, this FDP provided me with a strong foundation in emerging trends in data science, deep learning, and AI-driven technologies. I'm truly grateful for this enriching experience, and I sincerely thank Lieutenant Dr. Prasad JC and Dr. Iron Babu for their exceptional coordination and guidance. Thank you all. May God bless all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr.
Thank you,
Daulat,
Miss, for your valuable suggestions.
Welcome.
We will be so thankful if any other participants contribute.
Good evening, sir. Myself Spurti from Malareddy Institute of Engineering and Technology from Hyderabad. Actually, I'm a newbie into this academic teaching, and this FDP helped me a lot in understanding topics like data science, mathematical foundation for neural networks, convolutional neural networks, and deep learning techniques. Thanks to all the resource persons, and especially Prasad sir and Irene ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you once again. We will be happy if any one of you are contributing further.
Good evening. I am Reshna from TKN College of Engineering.
Okay, ma'am.
It has been truly an enriching experience in attending this FDP. And over this past 6 days, we have gained very valuable insights in advancing AI techniques, deep learning framework, and cutting-edge technologies such as generative AI, vector search, and PyTorch. The sessions on CNN, mathematical foundations for neural network and data science applications, and the hardware of AI, that is the CNN or the neural network, have been particularly insightful for researchers like myself working in image processing and deep learning. I sincerely appreciate the effort of the organizing team and the distinguished experts from IITs, IBM, Oracle, and TCS who shared their expertise and provide practical demonstrations. The interactive discussions and hands-on sessions have not only enhanced our theoretical understanding, but also given us practical approaches to integrate these technologies into our research and teaching. This FDP has broadened our perspective on AI-driven initiatives and innovations and has motivated us to explore new avenues for research collaborations and industry applications. I look forward to applying these learnings in my work and sharing this knowledge with my students and peers. Thank you once again to the organizers, speakers, and fellow participants for making this a truly memorable and impactful experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
In the ATAL portal itself, you can access the resources. By today evening or tomorrow, we will be able to share all the YouTube links of the sessions so that you can access all the sessions whenever you want. Also, we will share the PowerPoint presentation of resource persons available in the ATAL resources. Now itself, partially the resources are available in ATAL sites. Once again, I remind you all of you have to enter the feedback in ATAL portal. It is a mandatory requirement to get the certificate. Also, I request all members to submit the reflective journal. Those who have completed the test, thank you very much. You can leave, there is no problem at all. Anyway, up to 7:30, I will be available here. The Google Meet will close only at 7:30. You can access the exam link only through this Google Meet chat box.
Sir, Prasad sir, as you have told, I have just completed the test with the email address, different one, which was different from the ATAL portal ID for which I have registered for this workshop. So, to which mail address I should give these differences of two different email address?
You have already received communication from this ATAL,
yes,
from
sir.
our to that mail ID you can communicate.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening, Prasad sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, kindly contact to Bindu ma'am for their hands-on session on Python. You already send us the presentations by her, but code which she taught us. Kindly please contact her if she shared, then please share that part also.
Okay, we'll ask. We'll ask her. If it is available, we'll share.
And thank you so much, sir. It's a wonderful session. It's a wonderful FDP. Truly, it has been a enriching experience in different technologies for all of us. And I will definitely share this knowledge with my students too. Thank you so much.
Thank
Great
you,
FDP.
Priyanka.
Congratulations to you and the organizing team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, I am in ATAL portal only. The test, when I give start, it is not going inside, sir.
You want to appear for the test, can I?
Sir?
You want to appear for the test examination, am I right?
Yes, sir, I want to appear, sir.
Ma'am, in the chat box, there is a link. You
Okay,
access
sir.
that link. Through that link, you can appear for the examination.
Sir, that is the form 7. Sir, that is a
Forms.jl link.
feedback link only, sir.
No, ma'am, it is not feedback link.
Sir, can you share it again, please, sir?
Yes, I have
Okay,
shared.
sir. Okay, sir, I'll check.
I think some of you have joined late, so I remind you once again, all of you have to fill the feedback form in the adult port. It is mandatory to get the certificate. Also, all of you have to submit the reflective journal document.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I have completed the test and I have submitted the feedback form in adult portal. So, is any other documents required to be submitted in the portal, sir?
Have you submitted reflective journal in our?
That I have submitted in the feedback form issued from your side, sir. I have done it.
Okay, that is sufficient, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. So I have submitted the ATAL feedback form, done the test, and submitted the reflective journal as well. Anything else should be done?
Okay, ma'am. I think you have completed all.
So we can leave, sir?
Yes, thank you very much for joining. We have sufficient time. Those who are late, nothing to get tensed. You take your own sufficient time to get the good score in the examination.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. I have submitted the test actually, but I am not able to go for ATAL portal and log in and get the feedback. I have logged in the ATAL portal, but I am not getting the feedback form for this particular FDP, sir.
Unfortunately, I'm in the coordinator login. I cannot access that link. Those who have completed, can you share the information about this?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Sir, good afternoon. This is Anup from SPCC.
Good afternoon, sir. Good evening, sir.
Sir, I've completed the feedback form and your test form. I think you were saying something else also. Is there anything, any other formality?
Sir, I am not able to hear. Can you louder, please?
Sir, I've completed the form as well as the test. And is there any formalities to be completed?
Sir, did you submitted reflective journal? There is another document, sir, reflective journal, that is also required by AICTE. So please fill that reflective journal, which is not available in the adult portal, but we have already sent that reflective journal through the WhatsApp group. A document, please fill that document and submit it. In the WhatsApp group, that link is available.
Prasad sir, up to what time we can expect the marks will be filled and we will be able to download our certificate?
I hope I will be able to finish my job within 2 days, 2 or 3 days maximum. Then I think AICTE will release. I'm also new first time in this kind of program. Anyway, it will not take much more than much delay, I think.
Sir, the certificate would be downloaded from the ATAL portal itself, or
Yes,
you will be
yes.
mailing the certificate?
No. Through the ATAL portal, you can
You
download
will
at
be
any
filling
time.
this mark onto the ATAL portal, no, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Sir, you need to reply on ATAL portal.
Sir, I cannot hear. Can you louder, please?
You need to submit the assessment on ATAL portal.
Can you type, sir? I'm not able to understand what you are telling.
Hello.
Yes.
Sir, in
Hello,
case
sir.
test will pass, what time will it will be available in the certificate?
Sir, can you repeat once again?
Hello.
Sir, louder, please, sir.
Test result of what time it will be available, sir?
Sir, AICTE portal control is not under my control. I will finish my job within 2 days. I hope they will do it soon.
Certificate at what time it will be released, sir?
Sir, I think within 1 week they will release it. It is done by AICTE ATAL. I have to finish the formalities before that. I will be able to finish the formalities within 2 days, 2 or 3 days. I have to get the reflective journal from all the participants. You have to fill the feedback in the ATAL portal. Then only the certificate can be released. I hope all of you will cooperate and we will be able to finish it in time.
Okay. Within time, whenever it will fill up the feedback link, that certificate will be generated.
Sir, I have done with my test. From where I will get to know that it is submitted successfully?
Finally, you will get a response sheet after
Yeah.
the submission.
Okay,
Yes,
fine.
that is all.
Okay, fine. Sir. Thank you. And the feedback also in ATAL portal I have filled.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir,
So
but
please, have you submitted the reflective journal?
sir, that I am preparing right now, so it will take little time. I will submit today only.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Fine. Sir, where I have to submit that thing, reflexive journal, because it's not in portal.
No,
ATAL.
ma'am. It is in the WhatsApp group. We have given the link for submitting that reflective journal. You submit in that link.
Okay, sir. I will check once. Okay, sir.
Because I have to consolidate all your reflective journal together, and I have to upload it to ATAL.
Sir, we need to solve assessment on ATAL portal.
Sir, assessment link is available in the chat box now. I have sent the assessment link. I will be available here till 7:30. Anyway, you can take your own time and try to submit the examination result as early as possible.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hello, good evening, sir.